So if you could all stand. Can't see the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first order of business, I'd like to introduce certain individuals who are instrumental in this process today. I'm going to first hand it over to the Chair of the Select Board, Ricky Hippler, to introduce the Board of Selectmen.
All right, good morning, everybody. Most of you all know me as I'm Ricky Hippler, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. To my far left is Town Administrator Naomi Bolton. To her right would be Vice Chairman Jack Meany. To my immediate left is Selectman Sherry Burdick. To my right is Jan Snyder, and to my far right is Selectman John Osborne.
Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge certain other individuals in the room. I have the Town Administrator, Naomi Bolton. I have the Town Clerk, Maureen, and her Deputy Clerk, Jane. The Cable Committee, Doug and John, who are assisting us today. We also have our supervisors of the checklist, so Terry, Colleen, and Cindy, who are checking you in this morning. I just want to make sure, did everyone in the room register and receive a green slip? Okay. Behind me at the table are Town Council Laura Spector-Morgan. We have Beth, our Finance Administrator. We have Brenda Cannon, Library Trustee. We also have Chief Chris Moore, Chief Bob Vizina, and Benji Knapp. I would like to also acknowledge the Finance Committee, who's in the front of the room. So if you could just please stand so that members of the Assembly know who you are. And I'd also like to acknowledge that Chair, Lori Davis. As a matter of course, I'd like to read the list of the deceased for the past year for the town of Weare. Joseph Cummings III, Marilyn Duncan, Thomas LeClaire, Richard Osberg Sr., Roland Fosher, Robert Vaughn, Roberta Towns, Cameron Cummings, Pauline McGregor, Timothy Benjamin, Mark Rozowski, George Buxton, Henry Whedon, Joseph Chonard, Maureen Sladum, Judy LaCroix, Judith Davis, Dennis Brooks, Albert Reed, Florence Weiss, Jeffrey Clogarvin, Donald Charest, Catherine Raymond, Michael Bryson Jr., Janet Linnett, Hazel Tremblay, Jack Davis, Joan Hatch, Wilfred Corey, Harris Isley, Phyllis Cook, Marjorie Morse, Lisa Johnson, Judy Delzingo, James Murray, Ann Houle, Helen McKenzie, Timothy Gilman, and last I want to read someone who was not a resident of our town but had such an incredible impact that I think it would be appropriate to also include Michael Sullivan. I want to make note that the most recent Where in the World that was published within the past week is a special edition dedicated to the memory of Mike Sullivan, who, as you know, was library director for several years in our town. And I also want to ask for this assembly to engage in a moment of silence on behalf of Mike. So if we could please do that now. Thank you. As a part of our normal course, we take up the mission of looking at all of the proposed warrant articles that will ultimately go to town vote within the next few weeks. And in order to do that, we must organize ourselves in a way that befits that very daunting task. And so I'd like to encourage this assembly in this work that we're about to take on to remember Mike's practice, Mike Sullivan's practice. He was a collaborative, inclusive, resourceful, respectful, and community building member. And so with that spirit in mind, let's do this. I have some rules that are going to inform our practice today, and I'd like to go through them for you so that you all know what to expect. If I could find them, that would be good. Thank you, Laura. Okay. So if we could all please silence our cell phones, because that usually is a pretty big distraction in these types of assemblies. We will not formally be using parliamentary procedure or Robert's rules, but we'll be using the following standards to guide us today. I call them Eileen's rules. You can call them whatever you like. But one of the things that I want to point out to you is that if you're expecting perfection from this moderator today, I'm going to ask you to please manage your expectations. I'm not going to be perfect, but I'm going to be fair. And I'm hopeful that we'll get through this process with ease. So, right to speak. All eligible residents in attendance have the right to speak to the articles or amendments on the floor. Without objection, the moderator may also permit non-resident town officials, staff, or their subject matter experts to provide information to the assembly regarding motions on the floor. A few of those individuals are the people seated upon this stage. For example, our town council, and both Chief Bob Vizina and Chris Moore are non-residents, but subject matter experts and department heads. And so based on that, they will be speaking to articles. All speakers and members of the assembly are expected to engage in civil debate and to refrain from personal attacks. Please be courteous while others are speaking. Please be respectful of others' opinions or their right to express them. All discussions will be held through the moderator. If you wish to speak, you'll notice that there's a microphone at the floor. Please approach the microphone and address the moderator. If you're unable to approach the microphone, please advise the moderator or other staff and one will be brought to you. After being recognized, please clearly state your name and address for the minutes. Normal order of discussion. A motion to consider a warrant article must be made and seconded before any debate begins on the subject of the article. Both the mover and the second must provide their name and address to the moderator. After the motion has been moved and seconded, the maker of the motion will be given the first opportunity to speak, provided the motion is not ruled out of order. The moderator requests that all speakers limit their remarks to 10 minutes on each motion. After the mover of the motion has spoken, other eligible members of the assembly will be provided an opportunity to speak. Appropriate proposals to amend the main motion may be offered by eligible residents during debate, but may only be discussed after they are moved and seconded. Any amendment which changes the subject matter of the main motion or makes a change to contract warrant article or attempts to create a wholly new warrant will be ruled out of order. If any amendments to motions are adopted, debate will return to the main motion as amended. If such amendments fail to be adopted, debate will return to the main motion without changes. The moderator requests that any member of the body proposing an amendment to a motion provide a written copy to the moderator on the form provided prior to moving. So you'll notice that Maureen has copies of this town warrant amendment form. I hope that you've all seen it. For those of you who are considering making an amendment, I would encourage you to take one now so that you have the opportunity to fill it out before your warrant article comes up. Unless overruled by the body, no speaker will be permitted to speak on any single motion or amendment more than once on any single or motion or amended motion. So with that, let's begin.
You might have to turn it on. On the side. It's a puzzle. Come on, Neil.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Traditionally in the town meeting, people have been permitted to speak a second time after everyone who wishes to speak has spoken first. Is your ruling such that that will not be allowed?
Those are my rules. You can, we can put it to vote to overrule me if you'd like.
Yes, I'd like to do that because, among others, Mr. Campana frequently wants to take a second shot after everyone else has spoken. And frankly, I think that he should and everyone else should be allowed to do that. Thank you.
Sure. So we're going to take that to a vote. Does everyone have their card? Okay, so the proposal on the floor is to allow people to speak to motions more than once. So all those in favor of being able to speak to a motion more than once, please raise your card. Okay, I'll say that the yeas have it. So, okay. So we'll be starting with Article 4. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted within the warrant or amended by the first vote of the, as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $6,787,843. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $6,632,302, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 4013, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only.
Okay, that's mine. All right. This operating budget this year is 2.6% higher than the default budget. It reflects current numbers of the cost to operate the town for 2020. The departments, department heads, and selectmen have scrutinized the budget and feel confident this will be an accurate budget to move forward with for the year 2020. Also included in this budget are the warrant articles that were approved as reoccurring costs in 2019, which would be the road bond, non-union employee wages, the DPW increase, 2 full-time firefighters, fire standby pay, and the ACL, and a 53rd week in the year 2020.
Thank you. Finance Committee, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. The Finance Committee recommended this article, 8 supporting, 4 opposed, 1 abstention. The committee represents this article because it believes the town's department heads were efficient and concise in their budgeting and their justifications of their budget requests. The anticipated tax impact of the proposed budget is 18 cents per thousand higher than the default, a 5% difference.
Open for discussion.
Oh, yeah. You might want to tell her. Yeah. You might want to tell her. Madam Moderator, there may have been a procedural problem.
Oh, did anybody, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. Do I have a motion to accept this warrant article as?
Move as read.
Okay, seconded. And now open for further discussion. I have a,
Madam Moderator, normally the selectmen make some sort of a presentation of the
Yes.
budget, and I certainly would defer my motion until after that has been done.
I remember. wasn't prepared for that one. Well, I did it last year and I didn't. I moved this one last year and we didn't have a presentation for it. But again, this, like I said, this budget does reflect the current operating numbers for the year 2020. As said, again, we have, in 2019, when the voters stepped into the ballot box, there was a lot of items that became reoccurring costs for 2020, including the road bond, which, again, my number, 38 cents. Is that correct, Naomi? Yes. 38 cents of the tax rate for the budget is the road bond payment. And again, about $47,000 is going to take care of that 53rd week that we have in 2020. With that all said, that alone increases the budget. It says on the Finance Committee sheet 15.2%, but that also includes those articles that were voted on in 2019. So the actual budget that we've presented is only $9,000 higher, and again, correct my numbers if I'm wrong, $9,000 higher with those included than last year's.
Okay. All set? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Mr. Kirk, I'm going to...
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I move to reduce the proposed budget, A, for the Highway Department by $9,505 to $1,470,094, B, for the Finance Administrator by $15,603 to $91,191, and C, for the Library by $18,733 to $214,924, and to decrease the total proposed budget expenditure by $43,841, the sum of those three items, to $6,744,002.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Okay. Discussion?
May I speak to my motion, Madam Moderator?
Yes.
As we all know, or perhaps some of us don't, this budget contains three raises for three individual positions. One raise is for the Director of the Public Works Department, a second raise is for the Finance Administrator, and a third raise is for the position of Library Director. Over the years, the town has had an accepted practice of putting these raises into warrant articles. For example, one of the warrant articles on today's warrant is a 3% increase for all town employees, and that's a separate warrant article that we have to vote on. But the selectmen and the library trustees have decided that they want to give these raises and not give the voters an opportunity to weigh in on them. They have the legal power to do that. And indeed, even if this amendment were to pass, they could still give those raises. But the question is, or seems to be, that the Board of Selectmen doesn't trust the voters to make these decisions. For example, with respect to the raise for the DPW director, the board at one time had put that raise into the article with the 3% raise, then decided to take it out and put it as a separate article, but because they feared that the voters might vote against that, and because they know that no means no, if you vote against a special article, the selectmen can't countermand that by using their powers to reallocate budgeted expenses, they decided to incorporate that into the budget. So from my point of view, this is not the way we should be running our town. I have a problem when raises for everybody, the 3% raise, is put to the voters, and raises for individuals are buried in the budget. That's treating one group of people, generally higher paid individuals, differently from other individuals, everybody else. I think that's bad practice for our town. The purpose of this motion is to reduce those particular amounts from the budget and bring the budget down by roughly $43,000. The purpose is not to have a lower budget. The purpose is to make sure the selectmen understand that if they are proposing raises for individuals, they do so in the future with a separate warrant article and let voters weigh in on that. That's the way it should be done. That's the way we've done it in the past. That's the way I hope we can do it in the future. As I said before, even if this article passes, the wage increases proposed by the selectmen can go forward, and I suspect they will. But we, the voters, will have sent a very important message to the selectmen about how they should run town government. One other point I'd like to make. I have no objection to paying these individuals more. The selectmen probably have done a good job in determining that their wages were lower and needed to be raised for competitive reasons as well as fairness reasons. That's not the purpose of this motion, to deny anybody a raise. The purpose of this motion is to tell the selectmen that the voters should be the ones who, on an individual raise basis, should be making that decision. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk. Further discussion? Yeah. But, yeah.
Oh, no, you just have to get up and do it.
Yes. So from the floor, right, Laura?
That'd be better.
Okay. Yep. Mr. Campana, were you coming up?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just one question first before I make a comment on the amendment. I thought you requested a person that was going to second an article that they had to give their name and address.
Yes.
That would be me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Campana.
And I'll leave it up to you. You know, if you think I'm going to. A lot of my thunder was stolen by the previous speaker, but my issue, I want to be perfectly clear. My issue is not with the pay raise. I mean, it could be, but my issue is, you know, to make the voter aware of what you folks, the boards, are asking the voters to pay for. All right, without having, in the absence of a separate article, they have no idea that these, I will use the word hidden, in that these raises are hidden in the proposed budget. Yes, the information's there, but somebody has to really dig for it. You know, when I go into the voting booth, and I'll use some of your phrase, Mr. Hippler, when I go into the voting booth, I want to know pretty much exactly what I'm voting for. Without this amendment passing, I don't know that, and nobody else knows that. The Finance Committee didn't make anybody aware. You know, the phrase was in the past, the uninformed voter. The reason the uninformed voter is uninformed is not necessarily due to their own fault, but by the people that are asking the voter to put forth their tax money and not having all the information in front of them. Now, I know you can't, you know, have every single A, B, C, and D, but this is major. These are major increases. And I want the opportunity, as a taxpayer, to say yes or no to it. And I think the taxpayers deserve that and should expect that. So I would support the amendment, and thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you.
Brenda Cannon. I'm the chair of the library trustees. I just want to explain how we came up with the number for Mike's raise. At the time, we had an exceptional employee, not only by the performance reviews that he got from the library trustees, but also from comments we received from residents of Weare. Last year, as you all may remember, a number of warrant articles passed. Well, the libraries did not. It was one of the only ones that did not pass. So when we were sitting down with Mike to do the budget for this year, I'll take the blame for it. I came up with the brilliant idea of let's just put it in our regular operating budget, because the library, and I may be not correct with this, but as far as I know, the library has never had a warrant article pass. So I thought, let's try something different, because we can't get a warrant article through this town, so let's try to put it in the budget and see what happens. Now, when we first did that, it was you know, when you've got a wonderful employee, you want to keep them around. So you think about retention and replacement if they ever leave. Well, I'll be the first to say, retention is no longer the issue, but replacement certainly is. We've been advertising, as of today, it's been a month that we've been advertising. We do not have anybody who has applied for the position at the current rate. And, you know, if we keep going like this, it's really getting us nowhere. So, you know, I agree that some of the money should go away, but not all of it. And I can guarantee that if we get some of this money, any dime that is not used for the director's salary will be returned to the town. And I don't know any other department that returns money, but I can guarantee you, we will return. Actually, if it's a penny, we'll return it. But we just need something to help us get qualified candidates to at least apply for the position. Oh, and I hope that addresses Neil's issue about us not putting it as a warrant article. As I said, and someone probably needs to check me, but no warrant article for the library has ever passed.
Thank you. Other discussion?
I speak in opposition to the amendment.
Name.
Thomas Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. The accusation that this is hidden for some unforeseen motive just doesn't hold with me. We have individuals in town that we have to keep. They're, key to the departments, and the reason for putting these in the budget, I'm sure, is for that exact reason, to hold on to some of our most valuable employees. And as Brenda said just prior to me, in this case, to find a replacement for a person who really was indispensable in the position he was in. So we're talking about our highway director. Well, look out the window. Talk about an essential person in the community and needing to pay that person for what he's worth. Our finance administrator, again, when our previous person left, we thought, how are we going to replace her? Well, we found an excellent replacement who we have to keep on the job. So I really oppose the cuts that are being recommended in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Moderator. My name is Richard Butt, Old Town Road.
Unfortunately, you have to, and I learned this the other night, you have to be pretty much hovering within an inch of the microphone to be heard.
Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
I speak in favor of the amendment, but more importantly, I appreciate the director of the library trustees explaining why they giving a raise for the director, librarian. I've attended several meetings, and I haven't heard a single explanation from the Board of Selectmen to justify the increases. I'm not questioning the need to give an increase to those two individuals. I'm more concerned about how they went about it. At last year's deliberative session, there were some issues associated with giving a raise to the public work director. And the comments that were made were that let the board do a study, do a survey, and come back next year to make a proposal. So, Madam Moderator, I would ask you to ask the board to explain the justification, comparative studies that were done to justify an increase for the finance director and the public works director. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the Board of Selectmen like to respond?
I'm going to defer to John Osborne for the DPW director, and I'll take the finance director. Well, he doesn't have a microphone. Anyways, all right, so I'll do the finance director first and try and send it down there. There was a wage study done. It was via phone and email with surrounding towns and other communities. And the number that came forth was not an average, but it was a number that was collectively fair amongst all the different towns. John? I don't know how we're going to do this.
John, would you like to use this one? Is it easier?
Got it.
Okay.
I think we finally got it. DPW director is woefully underpaid. We all know that. I went out and I researched other towns. I relayed that information to a couple of the board members. And last year there was a motion made here. I believe, Dick, you made it, to raise $8,000, which, because it was null and void because you couldn't do that. I requested a $5,000 raise to begin with. The board went back and forth. I think we ended up with about an $8,000 raise. We went, as Neil says, we put it in, we took it out, we put it here, we put it there, and we finally put it in there. So there was a study done, although small, but there was one done that confirmed that the DPW is underpaid.
Thank you.
John A. Yeskovich, 112 Rolling Hill Drive. It is becoming increasingly apparent that I can no longer afford to live in this community. My taxes have jumped up 100% since we've been in this community. My wife is looking at retiring this year, and directly she retires, we will absolutely review our finances and possibly make the determination to put our house on the market.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good Saturday morning. Tom Flaherty, 35 Sunrise Lane. I'm not necessarily against the increases in the salary, but I agree with Neil in the approach and the method. I think Neil has his finger on the pulse. The other night at the school board, the school deliberative, the school board decided not to put all-day kindergarten on the ballot this year because they weren't ready. And somebody tried to make an amendment to the operating budget of $300,000 or so for all-day kindergarten. I was really curious as to what was going to happen. There was a secret ballot, and it got shut down pretty healthfully. You know, it died by a 60-40 margin, roughly. And I think the sense was that, don't throw it into the operating budget. Let's vote on it like we did last year. Now it failed, and so did, as the library was mentioned, it failed. And I think putting it in the budget to try to make that happen, it kind of goes around the voters a little bit. People aren't going to vote against the budget as easily. So, anyways, I think Neil has a sense of the pulse by what happened the other night, and I would take that to heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clarence Gardner, John Connor Road. 2 points. I'm in favor of the amendment. If there's a warrant article to increase the pay of the DPW director, I will vote for it. I'm very happy with their service. And second, I just want to point out that if something has been a warrant article 2, 3, 10 times and voted down every time, that is not a reason to put it in the budget to try to get it to pass.
Thank you.
Christine Haig, Abijah Bridge Road. I'm speaking only as a citizen.
Chris, can you move up a little bit? Thank you.
Oh, jeez. I'm just speaking as myself. Last year there were some pay adjustments. I wouldn't call them raises. We went through our pay structure in this town and we were woefully behind. So various departments put forward requests for pay adjustments and they passed. And at that time, there was no request for DPW, but we all felt that the DPW director should be looked at this year. And that was done, and everybody was advocating for a pay adjustment to bring that person up to the value of the position. The method has apparently gotten all mixed up. but my fear is about morale. This town has long had a morale problem. Before Mike Sullivan applied for his job, we had 5 applicants. So I think what we're seeing is if we get a reputation in this area for micromanaging, for morale issues, we will continue to struggle. And I think this issue rightly should have come up during the budget hearing. It's late in the day to do this, but we need to think about not only the honesty of putting things in a separate article, but also the morale of refusing these people what they earn for what they do.
Thank you.
John Van Lundersloot, Walker Hill Road. Still? Wow. Okay, is this better? John Van Lundersloot, Walker Hill Road. I agree with Neil's premise in terms of keeping everything on an even keel. Would like to ask the board a question just for clarification. If this amendment passes and the budget is reduced, can warrant articles be made to give those pay increases in this fiscal year?
No.
Thank you.
Just to make sure everyone heard that, that question was asked and it was answered no. I just restated that the question was asked and it was answered no.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Helene Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. This is kind of a difficult thing for me, as some of you might imagine, but it seems to me that when we know that someone, I'm going to say, deserves a raise by comparison and by the job that they do, that it's up to the board to argue that point for them. If there was a study done, then why doesn't the public know that study was done? Why isn't it here? Why don't we see it? I mean, argue and support and push for what you truly believe in. I agree that putting it into the budget makes it at least look like you're hiding it. Whether you're not is irrelevant, is what it looks like. So I know that last year you've mentioned that Dick Butt recommended or suggested that a study be done for the highway director. I've listened, I've looked at the minutes, I've never seen that a study was done. If it were in a separate article and you brought over and said, look, here's all the things and here's all the work that he's done, here's what he's done for our town. And on top of that, he's getting paid less than other people in other towns of comparable size, of comparable roads. You'd let the public know and they would support it. Trust me. When you're straight up and honest, people will support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luke Drake, 141 Duck Pond Road. I rise in opposition to this because, from my position, a couple of things. One, look around the room. How many of the town is here today? Look at any of the meetings we have for the selectmen, for any of the other boards. What percentage of the town shows up? Take a look at the hits on the websites. How many people go and look? The fact of the matter is that we elect these people to represent our interests. It is a very difficult thing to explain at the ballot the justification for individual raises. In my mind, we should be taking a very large consideration that the heads of these departments are the ones who know the value of the folks. And if we, at some point downstream, feel that they're out of line or the budgets are excessive, we have ways of handling that at the ballot ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Howard Kalugian, 217 Colby Road. I'm going to support this motion because I think Neil made a very good point about the tradition of the town where the selectmen should know that the idea that these raises should go to the people, but I think also the staff should know that. We have tremendous staff here in Weare. Every time I deal with the staff, they smile, they're happy, they're glad to work here, and they give excellent service. But the idea that the staff would work for the person who gives them the pay raise could change that. If they get the mindset that they are going to work for selectmen as opposed for the citizens, then that is a problem in other towns and cities. That's where the government grows unresponsive to the citizens. So I think if the citizens are directly responsible this way for pay raises, then the staff will be more in tune with the service that they provide to the citizens. So I'm going to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ricky Hood, 20 Corliss Drive. Completely oppose this amendment. We elected all these officials to run this town. Very disappointed that the rest of the town's not here. And I think we need to trust these folks on what they do. So I completely oppose this. Just want to have that on the record.
Thank you.
Real quick. Brenda Cannon, I just want to respond to that gentleman's question or comment. He said that the citizens give the pay raises. Actually, with the library, it's a little bit different. The trustees manage the director manages the library and the staff. So it's up to the library trustees to determine the raise that the library director would get. And I just wanted everybody to know that.
Thank you.
Frank Campana for the second time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak a second time. I'll try not to abuse it, and I'll leave it to your judgment.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I'm in support of the amendment, and again, it's an issue of transparency. A speaker just spoke to the fact that it's very hard to explain, your reasoning for giving a pay raise, your study that you did. The way you accomplish that is to have it as a standalone article. You can explain it in the mailer on the selectmen's side portion of it. The finance committee has the opportunity to explain it in the mailer. There's the explanation. It's transparency. And it's informing the uninformed voter. That's what the point is. And I have one question for the board. If the amendment fails and these folks, you can still give them a raise. I guess my question is put this way. If these folks get a raise, are they still going to get a 3% raise in the non-union article that will be coming up? So they'll get their raise, and somebody says, well, it's an adjustment. Baloney, I guess. What's the difference between a raise and an adjustment? One and the same to me. So if they get their raise, are they still going to be able to get the 3% pay raise for non-union people? I should be looking at you.
So I'm going to offer this up to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
So the answer to that is yes, yes, and yes.
Okay. So here's another example of transparency. Not only are they going to get their raise that we're speaking about now, but now they're going to get an additional 3%. Who's going to know that? Pardon me?
Only if it passes.
Well, again, as stated, you can still give them a raise. Even if you get a default budget, you can still give them a raise. It's just that you have to find the money somewhere. So it's not a question of giving them the raise. You can still do that. So thank you again, Madam.
Thank you. Further discussion? I see Mr. Dearborn approaching. Ms. Davis, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I rise to
Excuse
ask-
me, Mr. Dearborn, can you just say your name and where you live?
Oh, Jack Dearborn, 148 Gould Road, Weare, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
I rise to request people to defeat this motion. I'm in the camp where I worked in corporations. I had a large group of people working for me, and they would hire and fire people, and also the managers, if I wasn't doing my job. I think the selectmen ought to set in their budget the appropriate raise and/or compensation. On top of that, when you get people cheap, it's very difficult to make it up on a blanket 3% raise or 2% or 1% raise. I can tell you personally, working with Benji and Beth, that they are doing an excellent job. And basically, any one of those people can go out someplace tomorrow and get another job and probably a better job. So my concern is, this is more or less by torpedoing this budget and allowing people to come up and recommend that people be put in a separate warrant article, that becomes more of a personality test. Again, I get back to the issue of we hire and we can fire the select board for not doing a good job. We have given them the responsibility, and holding somebody's individual raise out there, which is pretty much an adjustment to their salary, is kind of ridiculous. I don't think anybody else does that in the world, but I think this becomes a personality issue for voting people's raises down, and I suggest we take that option out and vote this amendment down, please.
Thank you.
Lori Davis, 118 Buxton School Road. I voted against this for exactly this reason. I do understand that we have people who are underpaid, but where we have failed to educate our members in town as a board is to say, not naming names, so I'm going to say Mickey Mouse at the moment, is underpaid. These different towns pay this amount. This person came in at this amount. They've worked hard. They've met all these merits. It is time to give them their raise, and this is what we want to propose. When we are very clear about what we are doing, our taxpayers back us and say, yes, we're all for it. And I'm not saying that there isn't somebody up here that doesn't deserve a raise, but it is the manner in which we handle it. Transparency, as we all know, in this town has become the mega buzzword on the planet. Everybody waves it around like a flag. So it is so important, whether it passes or fails, going forward in the future, we need to be much cleaner, much clearer, much more transparent. What is the object of the exercise? Does the board see other salaries coming down the pike they want to change? There should be a clear path, because we're seeing large bumps this year in salaries that nobody was aware of. And that makes people nervous. That bothers me. The other thing is, I know, because I've checked with all the libraries around, that the library increase would put the town of Weare at the top with their increase, and I'm not picking on my town. We have never been known as the leaders of salaries, and I would like to not see having our town be those leaders. That is why I voted against this. I hope to see it fail, not because I don't want people to get their raises, but because I don't think enough people in town understand the thought process behind it.
Thank you. There's someone making their way to the microphone.
I just want to address the last comment.
Can you state your name? And
Brenda Cannon.
Thank you.
Grandview Drive. I just want to say that I guess we've probably used different statistics for looking at salaries. I used the statistics from the New Hampshire State Library Association from last year, because the current ones are not out. I looked at all the surrounding towns, and Weare was actually the lowest of all the surrounding towns. So that's where we came up with a number for Mike's salary at the time. Like I said, I realize the retention part is no longer valid, but the recruitment part certainly is, and if we could get a little help in that direction and defeat this amendment, it would go a long way in making sure that we get another qualified director for the library.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this amendment?
Madam Moderator, I request a secret ballot.
Okay. So we have a request for a secret ballot. Mr. Downing, I'm going to have to ask you to, thanks. I'm going to read the 5 names that are on this ballot, and I'm going to ask those individuals to stand just to represent that they're in the room. Frank Campana, Neil Kirk, Howard Kalugian, is it Bruce Fillmore, John Lawton, Bill Allman? Did I get that correctly? Thank you. Okay, Maureen, I'm going to ask if we could move to secret ballot.
More discussion.
Oh, I apologize. We have one last discussion. How could I forget you, Mr. Downing?
I don't know. Tom Downing, went to Bray Lane. Apologies for the voice. Been fighting a cold. First of all, I just want to let everybody know that I appreciate, and I think everybody appreciates the discussion and the respect of that discussion, because I think both sides have made very, very valid points. And for me, I'm actually on the fence for this amendment, but I heard several people speak about the ability to give a raise if this amendment passes. And I'd like to understand, and I don't know if the selectmen can comment on how that could possibly happen. I know it's a bottom line budget, but I'd like to understand that would have to be taken from something else. If I could get maybe a little bit of a background on that, hypothetically speaking, what that might look like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board of Selectmen. We're going to have two.
I recognize.
Okay, we recognize our attorney. Thank you.
So I can explain the legal part of it. The selectmen would have to explain the details, but basically, because we operate under a bottom line budget, the selectmen have the authority to transfer money from one line to another. So they could still give the raise, they would just have to transfer the money into the line item. Where that money would come from, I can't answer. They're going to have to answer that.
Okay, I'm recognizing Chairman Hippler.
This thing must weigh about 10 pounds, so it's going to be a little tossing it around. Exactly, just what Laura said. It comes from the bottom line. Do we know what line we're going to take it from? No, there's no way. There's multiple lines out here. Some of them run right to the end. Some of them, again, don't have complete usage. But at the end of the year, they all goes back into the undesignated fund balance, which is back to the taxpayer if we decide to vote for that in the when we set the tax rate. DRA says we should keep 5% in there. We've met that with the return that we had from last year's budget of approximately $320,000. But again, we don't know where we're going to take it from.
Thank you.
Can I go to the floor and say something?
Of course you can.
As a citizen, not
yes,
as a board
of course
member?
You can.
Thank you.
He's changing his hat, so bear with us.
Take my hat off. Oh, what a crew. What a crew. Frederick Hippler, 278 Quaker Street. I speak in opposition to this article amendment. I can respect every speaker that's been up here, but as we have found out before in previous warrant articles, no means no. If we have put cruisers on and that were in dire shape in the past, and the result at the ballot box was no. We could not purchase a cruiser even if the frame broke in half. With that said, if we were to separate these raises out, all three of them, and put them in their own warrant article, and the answer was no in the ballot box. If we ever came to a point where negotiations had to be made between an employee and the Board of Selectmen, as in any private sector, anything I've ever heard, if an employee goes in and they are very valuable and they go in and they say, I'm leaving for more money, usually that employer comes back and says, if I give you a little bit more money, will you stay? We wouldn't be able to do that if this was pulled apart into a separate warrant article. And no means no, the number stays. We wouldn't be able to negotiate at all, not even a penny. So I'm in opposition to this.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, my name is Jack Dearborn, 148 Blue Road. Is it appropriate at this time to move the question?
We are moving the question on the amendment by secret ballot.
Okay, can we stop the discussion?
Of course.
Can I just ask to stop the discussion?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So to Mr. Dearborn's point, we are moving the question. I'm going to read the amended article, and bear with me because I'm copying and pasting mentally as I do this. So the amended article would be, shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $6,744,000.02. Oh, let me say that again. $6,744,002.00, which is the same as last year with certain. Nope.
That's
nope.
the default.
I'm gonna strike that whole rest of it. So, period at the end of the $2 sentence. When you approach the ballot box, please bring with you your green card. You are going to be given a ballot that has a yes or no. You rip your answer. You rip it in half. You pick whatever answer. Yes, supporting the amendment. No, opposing the amendment. And you put it in the ballot box. And then please discard your other half of your ballot. And we will step aside to do secret ballot now. Thank you.
How long?
I'm going to give it, let's see here. I'm going to give it a solid 10 minutes to do that. Thank you. So we'll reconvene at 10:18.
You're voting on the amendment with the amended dollar.
Sorry.
Right. No, you're voting on the amendment. But the amendment is the article with a different number. We are. So the amendment is to change that number.
So
I think you are.
broke my leg.
Don't tell me you slipped on the ice on the road.
No, I did it at the transfer station. Lawsuit ain't hit you yet? No. I did it on a job down in Salem, that blasting job. I went between, I stepped over these rocks on Martin Luther King Day after we had that snow, and it was fine all day, and at 1 o'clock, the sun had just got to it enough, and it made it and where I stepped to go over to go start putting mats on, I went down between the two of them. A piece had already been shot, the other piece, I got my foot down in the crack, twisted it. I thought I ripped everything, 'cause I heard it, felt that then. Right at the top of the bottom bone. Right here it goes into the knee in 3 places. The 3 breaks in there, so. Yeah, but it stayed together, so it didn't go really too far apart because the muscle held it, so they don't cast it. They put you in this foam rubber brace with straps and metal bars, and I'd rather have a cast. This thing's like a friggin' torture chamber. And this morning I kind of didn't do it much good walking out.
He broke his leg. And they didn't give him a cast.
I decided I wasn't calling the Salem Fire Department to come and take me to the hospital because I wasn't going to the pool, so I
Yeah, we had
Drove in the truck all the way back to.
when I broke mine.
No,
Saw the right is a high ankle fracture.
Yeah,
What they call it. Was the week before Christmas. It just sucks.
Wow. Last week, no, they don't catch it. It was right at the top of the right where it goes into the knee. So it's broken in like 4 places, but the muscle's holding it all together. So they don't put me in the cast. They said they really can't cast around the knee and be really that effective sometimes. So they put you in this foam rubber strap with a bunch of steel bars in it, and I'd rather have the cast. I want to feel more. So back. I drove all the way from Salem. I took the power truck back to the shop. The boss unloaded it.
Do you need help? Are you okay?
And
don't be.
I can't help myself.
The stairs are the worst part.
Yeah.
Because you get there.
If he takes
you
a
get
header,
out of sync with your.
you got the whole back of the
So I
room.
drove all the way to Concord Ortho, walked in, and they looked at me because I just been here a year ago for my meniscus surgery. So a year ago October. Doug
I
Moran.
walked in the hospital. It was like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. I walked in the hospital and it's like, not until you tell me it's broken.
Yeah, I walked in, hobbled. I walked off the job with a shovel. That's what I had. I couldn't. So, yeah, I used the shovel that I had right there. I got the shot off. I left the guy there, the driller was running the excavator. He says, I'm going to make an executive decision. You're going to the hospital. I says, you're right. You don't have to make it. I'm leaving. And I drove to Concord. They were open at 7. So I went into the Concord hospital and walked right in. I said, that's good. I says, the last time, I says, I waited too long. I'm not waiting too long this time. So I waited 3 years before I had my right knee. He said, you're going to have a replacement in a few years.
No, actually, I didn't see that in Virginia.
You know, and Moran, I've got on a personal basis with him. I've gone in for injuries over the past 25 years up there. Some of it were the state, I think, paid for a wing.
Yeah, he was making just, and even with the CBA approved, he was making just over 50. I talked to him. So we, of course, we have education folks in his package. So he's going in December 2, and we're going to 50 with us. And, well, I got on the cheap because there's such a shortage in law enforcement altogether. Usually we kind of go through, if somebody's just running, sure, go back and try to keep them in law enforcement. He wasn't smart. He's got buddies over there who went over to politics. They go get him and visit him to go. I'm like, come on, man. I hope Blake's doing it. Hopefully he didn't. Yes, he was. Yeah. He politics. Yep. Sure did. He told me that. Blake stinks. It sounds like that's a good one. Yeah. Well, so Hunter wanted to stay on as part-time. Guys don't want to work with him, and then I'll have to reserve the team for like points. And quite frankly, I don't like part-time. I think very few people do. And we have to pay to train them at the same level as all. So it's not like they just come in and fill a shift. Every training we do, we got to pay them that so they can do a 14-hour shift. Big scale incident that he can't leave. Right. Yeah, sure. You have a liability. Okay. Now, Andrew is right. The only way that would be beneficial is maybe we have a part-time SRO or a part-time.
Freezing up here.
Somebody who's retired now, so who only works
Yeah, I know.
certain number of hours a week.
Did anybody turn
that
the heat on?
specialized position.
Naomi's texting the
Sure.
kid about the heat.
Freezing.
Been enjoying your time off? Well, I mean, since you got to see the CIB.
It's going to be a long day.
Are you going to vote to put each warrant article on the ballot? Did we do that here? I don't remember.
Yes. So after, if they amend it, then we have to.
You have to go back to discussing the article as amended.
Yes.
You don't actually have to take a vote to put it on the warrant.
No.
It goes on the warrant regardless, even if that vote fails, it goes on the warrant.
Okay. So if this gets defeated, then we go back to the original number 4 as written.
Yep.
And then discussion on that.
Yep.
And remove it.
Yep. And what you can say is instead of, when we have a vote to put it on ballot, you can say, hearing no further comment, the article will appear on the ballot as written. Now, if someone has an issue with that, we're going to tell you. But you don't have to take a vote. There's no reason to.
Okay, I'll tell you. I mean,
On either one, if it's voted for or if it's defeated. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And as we get towards the end, as we start reading those articles and no one gets up to talk, you can just say, seeing no comment.
Seeing no comment. It is so cold in here.
It's not just me complaining.
It's cold.
I said we could start a fire.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And it was very pleasant. I had a conversation. I'm trying. I'm surprised.
But you want the stats? So we're at 3 shots for that for one voter, and we're at 4.
There was a lot of that, yeah.
So
I'll have some shots for you tonight.
yeah, me too. So
Where am I? It's 10:18.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not
10:18.
Not bad.
Hello, sir.
Two articles. Because it was already at 78.
2 articles.
Yeah, if you could turn the hand.
Because it's come before us.
Okay.
They're urge articles, they have no...
Yeah, it's a non-binding vote, right? Okay. Thank you. It's non-binding. So you vote, but it's not, and you discuss, but it's not.
It doesn't even go on the ballot. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear us out there? Yeah. How's he been at home? When did this happen?
3 weeks ago.
I can only imagine. My husband is transgender. She's having her gender confirmation surgery this summer. So she's home for 8 weeks. So it's 2 weeks we come down to Pennsylvania for the surgery, and then she's home for another 6.
I've been part of my practice, I did a letter for a couple people when they went to Vermont. Through, what is that major, the hospital that's attached to the university. And this was like...
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that Vermont had a program. The Boston program, the wait list is her date's not till next fall. So that's why that's what they know. And John just barely started doing them, so. But I just have this image in my head how this 8 weeks is going to go. And I'm just sort of hoping it's summer. She can't really do anything.
That concludes voting on this amendment. Make sure, give everybody a second to get back in the room. I want to apologize for the temperature in here. I know it's a little bit chilly. I think we're working on it. We know a problem exists, and we're taking steps to address it.
It's already been done.
I second that emotion. Okay. So it appears, I think everyone's back in the room. So I have the results on that vote. So it was an amendment to Article 4. We have 29 yeses and 47 noes, so the amendment failed. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. I'm moving the question, yep. So with the fail of that amendment, we're going to move Article 4 as written.
If there's any discussion on the article.
Yep.
I believe, Madam Chairman, Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road, I believe that we can continue discussion on this article.
Yes.
Okay. although this is not directly part of the article, it is something that's allowed by state statute, and that's a discussion of the default budget. The default budget is something that is determined by the selectmen without voter input in accordance with state law. I'd like to talk about the amount that the selectmen have chosen to use in the default budget for elections. The selectmen for 2020 in the proposed budget have put in $17,250, and that's an amount that appropriately reflects the cost of conducting 4 elections this year. In the default budget, however, they have only put in, I believe it's $8,600. That's the amount, roughly, that it would take to hold a single election. Here's the problem. While the selectmen will be able to transfer money should the default budget come about, because there's no question that the selectmen are going to have at least $300,000 surplus, as we call it, in 2020, because, among other things, we have 3 vacancies in the police department, which are unlikely to be filled during this period, but hopefully some of them will be filled for some period of time this year. So the selectmen, even if we have a default budget, will be able to raise the $17,000 necessary to conduct these elections. However, as a result of what the selectmen are doing, here's the situation that we're going to be faced with next year. Next year we only have 1 election. And when they do the default budget, assuming this year we pass the operating budget, what is the amount that we're going to have in the default budget next year for elections? The $17,000 necessary to conduct 4 elections in a year when we only have 1 election. So in effect, next year, under the selectmen's proposal, if the regular budget passes, we're going to have a default budget that's roughly $9,000 or $10,000 higher than it needs to be, and voters will in effect be giving the selectmen $9,000 or $10,000 out of their tax pockets unnecessarily. As I said before, we can't change this as voters, but I would urge the selectmen, because they still can do so before the final warrant is printed, to go back and reconsider the default budget for 2020 to make sure it's the right number, which should be the same as the proposed budget, because this is required by state law. The definition under state law of what a default budget is requires the selectmen to put into the default budget anything that the state requires to be done. Now, admittedly, there's one exception to this. We happen to provide food to our election workers, and that's included in the proposed budget. And I would agree that that is not something required by state law, so that if you're doing the default budget, you probably ought to take that out for 2020. And there may be a few other things. But I don't think it's fair to voters to put in the wrong number in the default budget for 2021 based on the proposed budget for 2020. And so I would ask the selectmen once again, and I know you've considered this before, I would ask you once again to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 4 as written? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to move the question. Would you like the question read again? Would you like the warrant article read again, or do we all know what it is? Okay. So, seeing no further discussion, all in favor of Article 4 as written, please raise your card. Okay. All those opposed, please raise your card. Okay, the yeses have it. So, okay, I have a motion to restrict and a second to restrict reconsideration on Article 4. So Article 4 will be placed on the ballot as written.
Don't we have to vote it?
Oh, I apologize. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your card. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, Article 4 will be moved to the ballot as written. Article 5. Shall the town approve the cost items contained in a 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Board of Selectmen and the New England Police Benevolent Association, Union for the Police Department employees, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing level? For fiscal year 2020, an increase of $39,943. For fiscal year 2021, $16,904. And for fiscal year 2022, $23,289. And further raise and appropriate the sum of $39,943 for the current fiscal year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. This warrant is recommended by the Board of Selectmen and has an estimated tax impact of 5 cents. Speaking to this article, I believe, is Vice Chair Meany.
I move the question.
Okay, the question has been moved. Any discussion?
This article, Article 5, is with the collective bargaining agreement for the police department. This is this time it's a 3-year contract instead of a 2. The initial part of this is going to be the first year in 2020 is going to be a 6.39% increase with then a 3% and 3% increase the 2 following years. We are no longer, one of the part of the negotiation is we're no longer front-loading any vacation or sick time. They're going to earn it like every other town employees on a monthly basis. This is also, this was set up so it addresses the needs of the employees in the police department as far as their salaries and benefits for that time period, as well as some realignment that's taken place in the police department with the current staffing levels. It is true that we're down a couple of positions, but they're in the process of filling those, and I'd like to turn the rest of it over to Chief Moore if applicable.
Okay, Chief Moore.
So I'm just going to hit kind of a general police overview of where we're at. As you saw, if you monitor Facebook, we're the sixth safest town in New Hampshire, right? Okay, reality check. That's not accurate. It's not accurate because it's based on reports. We're so short-staffed, we're not generating proactive reports, which means our report numbers are down. So the sixth safest town is very misleading. All right, hate to be a bearer of bad news, but that's the reality. When you dial 911, this town is used to an officer responding. Currently, we're at 62% staffing. We just had an officer leave for Antrim. Even after this CBA would be approved, he was several $1,000s below that. He went directly for pay. He'd be slightly, even after this was approved, he'd be slightly over $50,000. He started at $57,200 there. That's the reality. We've lost 2 officers to Antrim in the last probably year. We've lost 1 to Nashville, and we've had 1 resign. Every officer we lose is about a $44,000 investment. The officer just leaving currently was slightly lower because we didn't have to send him to the academy. He came over from the sheriff's department. Like I said, you're used to dialing 911. Somebody calls. We had 13,000 calls for service last year. We averaged 72% staffing over the year. From January to June, we were at 82% fully staffed. From July on to this point, we've been at 62% staffed. But yet, when you dial 911, we come. If we lose another officer, that's not going to happen. I'm telling you. We're going to probably be down to 12-hour shifts instead of 20-hour shifts every day. That's the reality of where we're at. It's critical. Critical. It's not because of the equipment or, you know, the town is friendly. The guys like the town. It's just we can't compete with other towns. The equipment you guys provide us is good. I only have to make very minor adjustments to what we're doing. Some of that's for ergonomics. We'll hear that in 11 and 12. We have rifles. They're donated rifles. The donator could take them back anytime. We need to look at getting the rifles where we know we have them. Just little stuff like that. That's easy. I can probably do that within my budget. You're not going to see big fluctuations. The biggest thing we need to do is make sure we keep the people we have. Because like I just said, it's $44,000 every time we lose somebody. Not only when we lose them, as a person, we lose that investment in them of trying to bring somebody into our culture to make sure we're out there to serve you guys the best way we can. Any questions on that? I'd be happy to answer.
Does that conclude the board's presentation? Okay. Then I recognize the Finance Chair, Lori Davis.
Thank you. The Finance Committee voted unanimously to approve and recommend this contract. This is a fiscally prudent contract that will help the town of Weare recruit and retain officers in an environment that is increasingly competitive for a decreasing number of qualified candidates. The contract provides pay increases of 6.39% in the first year, 3% in each the second and third years. Employees would not move up any steps on the wage matrix for the duration of the contract.
Thank you. Further discussion?
John A. Yeskovich, 112 Rolling Hill Drive. With regards to the police department operating budget, I am curious to know how many felony crimes have been investigated in the last 10 years, and what's the total of 911 calls that have been received in the last 10 years?
Okay. Going to ask Chief Moore to address that.
So I didn't bring crime stats with me. I will next time. But as I just stated, we responded to over 13,000 911 calls just last year.
Thank you.
John Van Lundersloot, Walker Hill Road. Regarding the language of this, fourth line down, benefits at the current staffing level. The chief had mentioned that currently we're at 62% roughly. Current staffing level, is that current allowed staffing level at 100% for these numbers, or is this 62% reflective of this $39,000 increase? Does my question make sense? Because I'm not sure it makes sense.
Yes, I'm going to ask Chief Moore to answer that question. Thank you.
So it's budgeted for 100%. The vacancies are counted as a step one officer with a master's degree for budgeting purposes.
So this 39,943 is reflective if we were staffed at 100%. Is that correct? Thank you.
Other discussion on Article 5?
Bright Campana, Quaker Street. I'm curious to know, I'd like to know the cumulative amount, a dollar amount at the end of the contract, if that's available. Or you can confirm my number of $176,926. And referring to the Finance Committee, I am a proponent in a contract article such as this of including that cumulative amount so that the uninformed voter will know what the end result is as far as their tax money. The Finance Committee did not include that. They did last year, the year before, in the teacher's contract for, I think it was the high school. Maybe they got my message. And I would like, in the absence of the Finance Committee not doing that, I would like a commitment today from the Board of Selectmen to include that cumulative amount in the mailer.
So just to the point of inquiry, I just want to make sure I have all the questions here. Question number one, you're asking for the cumulative amount of all of the fiscal years in the contract.
Correct.
And you're looking for commitment from the Board of Selectmen to include that information in the mailer?
Yes.
Okay. Did I miss anything?
No, that's correct. Again, in the absence, maybe the Finance Committee doesn't want to inform the voters for that, I don't know. So I'll look to the selectmen to do that.
Okay. Let me see if I can get you an answer to your question, Mr. Campana. Do we?
The cumulative amount, as Mr. Campagna says, is not 174,000. It's adding those numbers together each year in the contract. What each year adds into the contract is $80,136. That's the cumulative amount of what's that contract, what goes into the contract. The total number for the contract for the 3 years is $80,136.
Well, if you would allow me, Madam Moderator, you have the first year in the contract, it's $39,000, I'll use round numbers. That number does not go away. That's added to the second year of the contract.
I added all three numbers together, Mr.
Well, we have a finance administrator, so if I could ask the moderator to ask her. Cumulative amount, 1 year adds on to the next year, so it doesn't go away.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're looking to see what the total number is from those 3 years calculated?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask the board who they'd like to have answer that question.
And
I think we're going to defer to the finance administrator.
So I'm going to ask the finance administrator or the town administrator to come answer that question.
I just conferred so that we have the right number for transparency purposes.
Yeah.
176,926.
That's the number that I stated.
All right, we could do math.
So I got that down anyway. So then the second part, a commitment on at least the Board of Selectmen to include that dollar amount in the mailer information. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 5.
Could I get that yes or no commitment today? I mean, it shouldn't be hard for them to, it's not a hard decision to make.
So what you have on the floor is a strong urging from a citizen to include the cumulative amount? Okay.
Yeah, I believe that we can do that.
Okay.
And looking down the board, there's no problem. We will do that.
Okay. So I asked and answered. So further discussion on Article 5? Okay. Seeing none, going to move the question. So I'm going to read it again. Article 5. Shall the town approve the cost items contained in the 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Board of Selectmen and the New England Police Benevolent Association, Union for the Police Department employees, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing level. Fiscal year 2020, $39,943. Fiscal year 2021, $16,904. 2022, $23,289. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $39,943 for the current fiscal year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels, recommended by Board of Selectmen, estimated tax impact 5 cents. All those in favor, please raise your card. Okay. All those opposed? And the yeses have it. So, do I have a motion to move Article 5 as written?
Make a motion, we move Article 5 as written.
Okay, so it will be moved.
We have a second?
Second. Okay. We just did that, sorry. That was my bad. Article 6.
Yeah, make a move.
Oh. I have a motion to restrict. Do I have a second? All those in favor for restricting? Okay. Opposed? We are restricting. It will move to the ballot as written. Okay, Article 6. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $52,326 to be used for raises for non-union town and library personnel? If approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget. It's recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 6 cents.
Move as written.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion and a second. I have, looks like Chairman Hippler speaking to this article.
As in years past, this article represents a raise for the non-union employees of the town. The amount presented represents a 3% raise for all employees not represented by the collective bargaining unit. As stated in previous articles, yes, at one time we did have the DPW director's raise put in this as well. We did remove it on the fact of that has not been past practice. Past practice has been this is only a percentage raise for all the non-union employees. So we did remove that at one of our meetings. That's it.
Okay. Recognize the Finance Chair, Lori Davis.
This is recommended by 11 of the Finance Committee, opposed by 1, and abstained by 1. This article provides merit-based pay raises averaging 3% for non-union town and library employees. The committee supports raises at a 30% level.
Okay. Discussion on Article 6.
Just some observations.
Can you please state your name?
I'm sorry, Helene Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road.
Thank you.
As we look at this number, roughly 25% goes to the top 5 paid employees in our town. Roughly $2,700 goes to one individual, where at the other end of the spectrum, 27 cents an hour goes to another one. I'm bringing this up because I don't believe any of this is done on merit. It's 3% across the board. I don't know, but I don't think that evaluations of employees have been done, so I don't see how the word merit could be used in there. The other thing is, I urge the board to think in the future of making this a little bit more equitable when you can only make 27 cents an hour more because you're being paid $9 an hour. You can never, and you're doing a good job, you're working hard for the town, just as the people on the top. Somehow this disparity is just too great. I urge you to see if you can find another way in the future to make this more equitable as a society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Haig, Abijah Bridge Road, speaking just for myself. This is an if. If articles pass, a good manager always advocates for the staff. And what we have in the library situation is an outstanding support staff. The director could never have succeeded without the quality staff that we have. Unfortunately, as our previous speaker has pointed out, there is a percentage that the base is so high for some that they get more than others. I'm hoping that through the goodwill of the powers that be, this suggestion will be considered. The library director is if the warrant passes, will be in the high end. Take 3% off of that $51,000, give it to the 3 employees who work more than 20 hours, in addition to their other 3%. That would then decrease the amount for the director, but add the 3% raise back in after the probationary period for the new director, thus level funding it, rather than giving that person $5,000 extra dollars. Because without the support staff that we have, none of the programs could have been carried out. That staff is taking on the work of an aide who left and was not replaced. They were assigned over the years directors' responsibilities, and they took some of those, and they have always been doing programs. So hopefully we can redistribute a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 6.
right, Campana, Quaker Street. I'm curious to know why this is a standalone article. And the reason I'm curious to know is because, as in Article 4, you had 3 people that you included in the budget. Even though this has been past practice to, and I'm not advocating, even though this has been past practice to have this a standalone article, why don't you just put it in the budget? The uninformed voter will never know. And my other comment to that is 3%. All right, I guess I'm going to reiterate what a previous speaker said. 3% of $90,000 is a heck of a lot more than 3% of $40,000, obviously. All right. Somebody on Social Security this year got 1.2%. Wow. Last year it was 2%, Social Security, government saying. You still gave a 3% last year. Where's the reality check? There was a fellow here last year that stood up and spoke, and he said, well, the median income of a family in town is $90,000. Well, that may be true, but a lot of people are not at a $90,000 income anymore. So, 3%, I guess is okay, but, more to my point is, why don't you just include it in the budget? The uninformed voter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Davis, 118 Buxton School Road. Cost of living is 2.3%, so we're already 0.7% over this. But more importantly, what the voters do not understand, and it is a grave concern of mine, is the fact that we are giving raises to people who needed to be brought up. That's fine. But on top of it, this 3% also goes to them. But the people on the lower level that are getting paid hourly never see a jump, never see anything but their 27 cents. And that is vastly unfair because everybody we hire works. And the level of compensation for the lower group is not equal. And we need to correct that. This is a direct hit at them because one group is getting 2 raises and one group is getting a minuscule raise. That is not done in real companies. And it is unfortunate that we are handling it this way, and I would like to see this changed.
Benji Knapp, 108 Perkins Pond Road. One thing I keep hearing is past practice, past practice. So last year, the highway department employees did get a $1 per hour increase and the 3%. So this is past practice. Also, I would like an example, not keep dragging previous articles up, but past practice, I don't believe has ever had one individual appointed employee have a raise on a separate warrant article. So as far as I'm concerned, the way these articles have been going so far, we are doing them the way past practice has been.
Thank you. We have one more person making their way down.
I can't figure out how to get out. Brenda Cannon, Grandview Drive. After listening to people today, I didn't realize that there was a increase for the director in this warrant article. I thought it was just for the people who worked at the library, because as I said previously, it's the director who handles the money for the staff. Now, I don't personally see any reason why a new director coming in would be getting a raise. I'm more than happy to take the money out. I don't know how it's handled, but I know that if we hire somebody between now and the summer, I don't see any reason why they would be getting a $2,000 or $3,000 raise. So I'm just putting it out there that as far as I'm concerned, the library does not need the money for the director to have a bump in salary because we don't have a director, and to me, they have to earn it. That means at their yearly review, if it came up, we'd look at things, but coming in new, I just don't see giving it to them.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 6. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move the question. So all those in favor of adopting Article 6 as written, please raise your cards. Okay. All opposed, please raise your cards. Okay, the yeses have it. I have a motion to move to restrict reconsideration. I have a second. All those in favor of moving to restrict reconsideration, please raise your card. All those opposed, the yeses have it. So we will move Article 6 onto the ballot as written. Okay. Article 7. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $47,714 to hire one additional full-time public works employee? This represents the wages, taxes, and benefits for 9 months. If approved, this addition would become part of the annual budget with an estimated annual cost of $63,749. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 5 cents. Okay, it looks like...
Okay. I move the article as read.
Okay. Discussion from Board of Selectmen?
Yep. This article kind of behind the times, I think, because the town has increased the number of roads in town over the last several years by 6 to 10 miles. We haven't added any staff down there for over 20 years that I know of, and which is, it's a complete plow route that other people are plowing. So we really need to keep up. And the major concern with me is vacation time. The DPW has about 6 months in the summertime to take their vacations. It's not unusual to have 2 to 3 people out at one time during the summer when we're in the busiest time of the year. So that's why we recommended this article.
Okay. I want to recognize the chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you. The Finance Committee recommends this Article 13-0. The town has not increased DPW staff in the last 25 years, despite expanding responsibilities of its employees, including the 6 miles of new road, the equivalent of 1 additional plow route, plus 20 additional intersections and interchanges. Adding another truck driver will ensure that the town can continue providing the level of service we have come to expect.
Thank you. Okay, Article 7 is open for discussion.
Bruce Fillmore, 181 Gould Road. I just want to clarify that this position doesn't require any more vehicles or another truck or anything like that. It's
No, it does not.
okay.
Okay, asked and answered. Any further discussion on Article 7? Okay, seeing none. Making a motion, all those in favor of Article 7, please raise your card. Okay. All those opposed? Okay. The yeses have it. Okay. I have a motion to restrict. I have a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your card. All those opposed? Okay, so Article 7 will move as written. Article 8. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $99,158 to hire 2 full-time firefighter EMTs? This represents the wages, taxes, and benefits for 26 weeks and certain one-time expenses. If approved, the fire department operating budget will be reduced by $35,000. and this addition will become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated cost of $178,314. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 7 cents.
Move it as written.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, and who's speaking to this?
Chief Azina.
Okay, I call Chief Azina.
This is, I'll just, not to steal finance thunder, but I think they succinctly did a good job of explaining this. This is the second step in a four-step plan that we put forth last year to essentially better control our workforce. Currently, we use a lot of part-time people, a lot of people that work from outside of this community that come in on a per diem basis, if you will. That's proven to be very difficult to maintain the numbers and the level of service that we require. Again, this was a plan put forth last year to convert those positions to full-time positions. So this is step number 2, and appreciate your support.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I want to recognize Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommended this article 10 for, 3 opposed. This is, as Piscina said, the second step in a 4-step plan to deal with daytime scheduling difficulties and long response times in the evening and night shifts. Voters approved the first step last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Article 7 is open for discussion.
Just a question. It says,
excuse me?
Frank Campana, Quaker Street.
Thank you.
It says certain one-time expenses. Can you give me an example of two of a one-time expense? I have a hard time understanding how you're going to hire full-time people and you're not going to have a recurring expense.
There are recurring expenses. And in the warrant article, we did state that those recurring expenses are $178,000 a year. Some of the one-time expenses are their protective clothing, their turnout gear that they need to have, physicals, immunizations, a lot of startup costs for a new employee, their uniforms, are the three main ones, and then the rest of it is really just related to wages and benefits, as far as the recurring costs.
So the examples that you just gave me, you consider those one-time expenses?
Protective clothing, physicals, and uniforms?
Yeah, so protective clothing are not going to be
Well,
replaced?
at some point, they'll need to be replaced, sure.
Right.
But we'll have to get those on the front end to get them to get them in the door.
Okay, thanks.
John Lawton, Oak Hill Road. I'm not speaking in favor or against this article. I just have a question. Based on the article, the way it's written here, you said it has an estimated annual cost of $178,314. And then you say the estimated tax impact is 7 cents. Now, I believe we still have 880,000, I think, is our valuation per dollar in the town. So being that, if that's what we're based on, that would be closer to 20 cents and not 7 cents. Could you correct me if I'm wrong on that, please?
It's this year. That's the
first year. So the answer to that question is just for the first year?
It's 2020's impact. Next year is 2021's.
Right, so this warrant article is for 26 weeks. This particular, the way it's worded, article.
Okay, so you're basing
So the
it-
99,158 is a 7 cent tax impact. for 26 weeks of service if they were hired on.
Okay. Well,
So,
yeah.
but the estimated full year for 2021 would be 178,314.
All right, which would be closer to 20 cents. All right.
Thank you. Any other discussion on Article 7?
Right, and excuse, the 99 minus the 35. So, because the 35,000 is coming out of the operating budget.
Okay. So seeing no further discussion, I'm going to move the question. All those in favor of adopting Article 7 as written, please raise your card. All those, excuse me?
Article 8.
Oh, I apologize. Oops.
Article 8.
Article 8, thank you. Let me say that again then. All of those in favor of Article 8 as written, please raise your card. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, the yeses have it. I have a motion to move to restrict reconsideration. I have a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your card. Okay, all those opposed, please raise your card. Okay, the yeses have it, so Article 8 will move as written. Article 9. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $12,249, representing the cost of turning one part-time position to a full-time and adding part-time staff at the library in order to meet the increased demand for library services? This represents the wages and benefits for 8 months. If this article is approved, it will become part of the annual operating budget with an annual cost of $18,198. It is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 1 cent.
I move Article 9 is read.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
I will refer to Chairperson of the Library Trustees, Brenda Cannon, for explanation and questions relative to this article.
Okay, so the Board of Selectmen and this moderator are recognizing Brenda Cannon.
With this money, it would be up to the new incoming director once we get them to put this into effect. We don't expect that to happen at least until April of this year. As you may or may not know, the library has had more than a double digit increase in usage by residents of Weare. They have lost personnel and they have not replaced them. So especially if you go over there on a Saturday, you'll notice that it's kind of like a zoo. There's only like 2 people over there, and you know, if one has to step away to do something, there's nobody to cover the front desk. So this would allow the new director to distribute hours as they see fit to alleviate that problem. It would also make one of the current part-time employees a full-time employee. At this time, I'm not going to say who that would be because we're going to leave that up to the new director, but that's what this would cover.
Thank you. I want to recognize the Chair of the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends this Article 9 to 4. This article will maintain and increase programming and circulation services opportunities within the library and provide adequate staff for Saturdays.
Okay, Article 9 is open for discussion. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move the question. All those in favor of Article 9, moving as written, please raise your card. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, the yeses have it. I have a motion to reconstruct. I have a second. All those in favor of reconstructing reconsideration, please raise your card. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so we are moving it and having reconstructed reconsideration. Article 10. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 for the purchase of fitness equipment for the fire department and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of said sum from the Buxton Bequest Fire Rescue Trust Fund? This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of nothing.
Move as written.
Okay.
Second.
Moving as
Recognize
written.
Chief Azina.
Okay. Chief.
In 2016, the Weare Rescue Squad and Fire Department were named as beneficiaries in the George and Joanne Buxton estate. That money that was donated was created the Buxton Request Fire and Rescue Trust Fund. We are seeking authorization to withdraw up to $10,000 for the purchase of fitness equipment. That equipment is designed to replicate essential job functions for our members.
Okay, I recognize the chair.
The Finance Committee recommends this and supports it 13-0. The purchase would be made out of a private bequest trust fund. There is no tax impact, and it is supported by the Fire Department.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 10? Okay, seeing none. Going to vote on making a motion to move it as written. All those in favor of moving it, please raise your... Okay. All those opposed? Okay, the yeses have it. Okay, I have a motion to restrict reconsideration and a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on this article, please raise your card. Okay, all those opposed? The yeses have it. So Article 10 will move as written. Article 11, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $55,861 for the purchase of one fully serviceable patrol new Chevy Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle with $21,672 withdrawn from the unreserved fund balance and the balance of $34,189 to be raised by taxation. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 4 cents.
In keeping with...
Do I have a motion?
Oh, yeah, move the question.
Okay, okay. And Vice Chairman Meany, are you speaking to it?
This is in keeping with our past practice of keeping our maintenance costs down by replacing police vehicles as they're getting at the end of their lifespan and starting to cost us money. We have 2 vehicles down there in dire need of replacement. Last year, it was deferred by the body to postpone all this and let the new chief make the decisions on the equipment. And so this is the first of the 2 articles addressing that. This is going to be a big asset to help the chief and the police department in keeping down their maintenance costs, so the older vehicles will leave the fleet. He's opted to go, instead of with the Chargers, that we go with the Chevy Tahoe in this particular instance, and I will defer anything else to the police chief.
Chief Moore?
I know, now I'm sounding out.
So I'm going to play something for you, if I can get my little speaker to come on. It's going off, so we'll do this. Because this is tied into 11 and 12. Nope. Got to turn the volume back up because I was respecting the the rules.
205, shots fired, shots fired. Show it! Fire! Shot! 205, officer down, officer down!
That's about as real as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. We do what we do, but we need the equipment we need. When I got the call that I had an officer down, I had Little Blue to get me there, hoping it would get me there. I knew for a fact I did not have the resources in that vehicle to properly manage that scene. When we get an emergency situation such as that, we roll out what's called the incident command system. This is why the chief has the vehicle that he does. Same vehicle. We do the same type of planning. We assess the situation, establish communications. We establish a danger zone, an inner perimeter, an outer perimeter, incident command post. That's why I need the vehicle in Article 12. Staging area, additional resources. What we call those is the 7 critical tasks. New England's a little behind in the times. That was rolled out after 9/11. The fire department's been using this system for years. After 9/11, where we saw so many agencies come in at ground zero, the ability to communicate and interact was key. Nationwide, they rolled out this system. I just got a memo saying New Hampshire is going to start rolling out this system. There's several things that we do to roll out this system, including plane communications, 7 critical tasks, but it's also equipment we carry to scenes like that. The difference between the two vehicles, that second vehicle, and I've been throwing little hits at the Finance Committee, but I can give a little bit more even to that, and they'll be happy with this because they've been guessing, I'm sure, since then. But Officer Lewis was obviously shot. Their vehicles were parked in front of the target location where the suspect was. If that individual continued to engage them with rifle fire, that second vehicle is critical to extracting Officer Lewis from that scene. The fire department cannot go in there and give him aid until we secure that scene and render it safe, period. That's why we need the equipment we need. Anybody have any questions about that? Yes, sir.
Great one for Article 12, Article 11.
Yes, I know, but they're interrelated. Article 11, so I'm putting them together because they split them, they put them together. We have a fleet, everybody's approved, of 8 vehicles. We're not changing that. Everybody seems to agree. I haven't heard any dissent that it's 1 vehicle per year. We got off track last year when we tabled that vehicle instead of just approving it and letting me get it when I got here. That's why we're asking for 2 vehicles next year. If 2 vehicles are approved this year, we're right in line of where we are supposed to be. Nothing will change. It'll be 1 vehicle a year. It'll be the same vehicle. The reason it's the same vehicle, even though they're different, I can always upfit the vehicle in 12 to roll it right into the patrol vehicles that Officer Muse back there might use. Our vehicles are parked in public. Let's say somebody's mad at us, which happens all the time. They come and they torch all of our cars. All our cars are gone. I can upfit that vehicle in Article 12 to get Officer Muse back out there right where he's answering calls for service very quickly. Am I doing something wrong? You seem like you want to jump in.
Keep it to 11.
Okay. So maybe next time we'll keep the articles together so I can hit them all together. But since we're seeing that. So straight up, Article 11 is a police cruiser. It does not have the rifle. It does not have the shotgun. It does not have the computer. It does have radar. It has the computer mount. It's marked, it has the backseat partition, and it has the setup where we can add the extra equipment so Officer Muse can answer those calls for service and his peers effectively. So that's where we're at. The process up to this point did a very good job. Everyone's done a very good job identifying a vehicle for our future needs. Ergonomics was a big feature in ensuring these guys can do the job without getting hurt. And there are studies out there showing that that's why we went to a Tahoe. And I'll take any other questions that anybody else has. Limiting stuff. Article 12.
I recognize the chair of the Finance Committee.
Before I read this, am I functioning under the concept that he just roped these 2 together, or am I addressing
No,
them
ma'am.
separately?
We are, as written, Article 11.
Just wanted to make sure of that.
You got it.
The Finance Committee recommends this 12 yes, 1 opposed. 2 vehicles in the fleet are in critical condition, and another one has already been retired because it was no longer viable. The committee recommends this article in support of the town's continuing fleet replacement plan, which was deferred last year while awaiting the arrival of our new chief, with a goal toward recruiting and retaining officers, reducing ongoing maintenance costs, and increasing reliability and safety. The SUV style of cruiser is more capable on Ware's unpaved roads and offers improved ergonomics to the officers. Taking the money to pay for this from the unreserved fund balance means there will be less remaining in the unreserved fund balance to put toward taxes.
Thank you. So Article 11 is open for discussion.
Good morning. Richard Buck, Old Town Road. I have an amendment to the article.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Butt, if you'd like to read your amendment.
Well, I'd like to indicate that, first, the amendment just clarifies some wording and kind of verifies or echoes what the chief said. This is a marked patrol vehicle. So I've changed the article to reflect that. So, you want me to read the article?
Sure.
As amended? Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $55,861 for the purchase of one marked, fully serviceable patrol vehicle, a new Chevy Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle, and the rest of the article remains the same.
Okay.
So I added the word marked and used the word, after fully serviceable patrol, I added fully serviceable patrol vehicle.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to amend Article 11. Do I have a second? Okay, I have a second, which is Mr. Kirk. Okay, discussion on the amended Article 11. On the amendment.
He's ready to jump.
He can do it up here.
Yeah, you can do it.
Okay. So I think I can get this one really quick. Based on the no means no, this limits me to putting this vehicle in my fleet as a marked vehicle only. I don't only use just marked vehicles. Take our animal control officer. We keep our vehicles in good shape. The guys do a good job, and DPW does a good job, wherever Benji went, to maintain them, keep them clean, keep them serviceable. We rotate our vehicles throughout different functions, throughout their life, to make sure we're getting the value that you paid for. Eventually, one of our new vehicles will rotate to the ACO. She's not a police officer. We take all those decals off. If this vehicle is designated as a marked vehicle, I can't do that. I've got to keep it as a marked vehicle. If it rolls down to an administrative vehicle, where we're taking it to courts or out for evidence or whatever have you for training, we can't take the decals off of that. So that limits us as to what they do. So I would highly discourage limiting it to a marked or unmarked vehicle, because we rotate our vehicles. All our vehicles are interchangeable based on the need of the department.
Thank you, Chief. Other discussion? On the amendment.
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. This is not going to be part of my original comment, but that's an interesting presentation that the police chief just made, because does that mean that we're going to have an unmarked vehicle with a police officer in it stopping a lady or a family at 11 o'clock at night? I've never heard of such a thing. You want a fully serviceable police pursuit vehicle, unmarked, that it can do whatever you determine it has to do. I thought the purpose was to replace a Dodge Charger at some point in time. Well, actually, maybe more accurate, the Explorer. And I can't believe that an applied decal on a police vehicle can't be removed. I'll give you an example, and I don't know for sure, but as I drive through Goffstown, I see old Crown Victorias, which I would presume were a police vehicle at one time, and now they just have a town seal on it. Parks and Rec, Highway Department, Water Department. So let me throw that out there. I see the Finance Committee recommended, not recommended, but used the word marked. I would certainly...
Frank, I'm sorry, Mr. Campana, we're talking only about the amendment?
Right, and that clicked.
And I also want to... I just wanted to point out to you, sir, I think, and I just want to make this point of clarification on your last statement,
okay.
Adding the word marked, not the physical act of pulling a decal off and on, but putting the word marked into the warrant limits us to only have, if I'm correct on this, and I'm getting a head shake, yes, yeah, that we would never be able to unmark the vehicle if it is amended as written.
Well, okay. Let me say I support the amendment, and I support it in again, I'll use the term, the informed voter. Okay? Now, in response to, the unmarked, that you can't take markings off a car, I don't understand that. It just doesn't click with me. But I would like to say that, well, I'll just leave it at the essence of time. I would support the article, the amendment, I'm sorry, in support of, telling the voters, as Mr. Hippler would say, when you walk into the polling booth, you know exactly what you're voting for and you're spending your money on. This article, as written, does not state that. The amendment will state that.
Thank you. Other discussion? I think we have a line, Mr. Drake, behind you. Thank you.
Clarence Garner, John Connor Road. I was going to ask if the attorney could be addressed. Is that who you just asked?
If you want to ask me the question, I can.
If the attorney could address whether, obviously, it would be a marked vehicle the first year, and whether that means it has to be forever thereafter.
Okay.
Because that would seem to apply to, I don't know what marked means really, but like the light bar and all that always has to stay on forever.
Okay. So we have a question.
I don't think it's 100% crystal clear. I think if you insert the word marked in the article, there is a good chance that if someone challenged the taking off of the marks of the police vehicle, that a court would say you can't do that because the warrant article specified a marked vehicle.
Okay, I don't want to be a little absurd here, but when we say you have to buy a Challenger, obviously it stays a Challenger forever, but one might think, well, then you can only buy Challengers thereafter.
You can only buy a Challenger, yeah.
But we're buying Tahoes now, so obviously things can change.
And the article says Tahoes now.
Yeah, so things can change is my point. And
Sure. In the future, for future cars, sure.
Other discussion?
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. We heard the presentation on the vehicle and how it's, equipped with radios and tactical radios, and it's got the barrier in between, the front and the back. And the entire selling proposition is how this is perfectly equipped for this one specific role. And then when a citizen said, and just to be sure, let's have it marked, suddenly the value proposition came, it's not so much that this is a tactical vehicle with the radios and the storage for the shotguns and the body armor. Suddenly, well, this vehicle might have a lot of different purposes. The animal control officer might want it. So I think we've got something where when we're selling it for one purpose, all of the attributes and virtues are for that one purpose. But then suddenly all of the barriers and room for body armor, et cetera, disappears when we, basically when we don't want to have the markings on it so that we can have an undercover vehicle. I'm not in favor of an undercover vehicle. I think that that rebuttal was quite quick and quite surprising. Now, one of the arguments for why it shouldn't be marked is we might want to use this vehicle for other police purposes. Is it, and this is a question, is animal control part of the police department? Yes. Okay. So if the word police on the marked vehicle was mandated by this and we could never scrape it off because of this, then when the animal control officer was driving it, there would not be any sort of miscommunication with the citizenry. This would still be the police department driving a police vehicle. So that's my first argument, that putting marked in this modification I think is great and does not limit the police department's ability to use this vehicle for other purposes. And second, if 9 years from now the fleet keeps modernizing and this becomes the oldest, most broken down vehicle in the fleet, and we want to send it to the highway department or something else in town, my experience over the last 7 years looking at the sort of articles that pass when the citizens vote on them, articles that have a $0 cost passed overwhelmingly. So it might be a bit of a hassle in the year 2029 to put a $0 and 0 cent proposal, a warrant article, saying that we want to scrape off the word police and transfer the vehicle, but I think that we can trust that the citizens would approve that. Therefore, I'm in favor of this modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Luke Drake, Duck Pond Road. Point of information from the town attorney. If the vehicle were transferred to another use in town and it was marked as such, would it not remain marked?
Arguably.
Thank you.
Okay, did everyone hear that answer? That
Arguably, sure.
other discussion on this amendment?
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I think the issue here is whether we're going to have patrol cars doing patrol duty and unmarked. Might the chief share with us his philosophy of using marked and unmarked vehicles for the ordinary patrol purposes for which, at least initially, this vehicle is being acquired, so that folks will know whether we're going to see unmarked cars stopping people on the highways or at 11 o'clock with families or whatever the other speaker indicated. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm going to take them one at a time that I saw that I could answer. So going from marked to unmarked, there would be a cost involved with that when you put stickers on the car. After time, of course, the paint's going to stay new under the stickers. The paint's going to deteriorate. There might be fees for getting it to match up a little bit better. Obviously, we stay a little bit professional. Can we take the decals off? Yeah, when we lost our CALIA accreditation, we stripped the decals. No paint was damaged. It didn't cost us anything. Adding vehicles to cars is roughly $2,000. So we're just looking to be fiscally responsible. Limiting function. So we use all the same platform to deliver different services. We have 2 unmarked vehicles in our fleet. Therefore, administrative roles that we might need to do. For instance, when Officer Alette was here, she went to Maine for training. Obviously, we don't want to send a marked car because she's going to be out of jurisdiction. Markings on a vehicle they're not what's required for your authority as a police officer. I have to display my badge for my authority as police. I can't make an arrest without this. If I drive up in a marked car, I can't make an arrest without this unless it's a citizen's arrest. I have to have a badge of authority to display. The markings on a vehicle are just to indicate that those are officers. Might you see an unmarked vehicle make a traffic stop? Yes. The primary user of one of those vehicles will be myself because I take it home. I don't want to make my family a target when I'm parking it outside of my house. There are people in this world who want to do harm to police officers because of the job we do. That's a fact. All you got to do is read the news. The last one that I saw was an officer who was sitting in his car outside the station when a guy walked up to him and shot him in the head. It's on YouTube. You can Google it and see the guy do it. It happens all the time. New York City's had several shot and killed in the line of duty just sitting in their vehicles. I'm not going to put my family at harm by taking a marked vehicle home, and that's standard across the nation. We use it when we transport evidence because that's not in our jurisdiction. When we're transporting paperwork outside of our jurisdiction, when you guys see an officer, you want to flag him down for help. We're not allowed to outside of our jurisdiction in certain cases. We go all the way down to Massachusetts for uniforms. Obviously, we have no jurisdiction in Massachusetts, which is why we take an unmarked vehicle. We need an unmarked vehicle. We have 2 in our fleet. Will they typically stop cars at 9 o'clock? No, absolutely not. We have 5 marked. Those are our patrol vehicles. Again, we plan for the best case scenario, but we also plan for the worst case scenario. If something happens to my vehicles where I need to roll one over, obviously patrol is the priority. I'm going to take my vehicle, I'm going to continue to upfit, because all I did is stop the upfit at a certain point. I just have to add 3 things, and now it's a fully outfitted patrol vehicle, just like the vehicle in Article 11. Difference between ACO and police, she is under our purview. She is not a police officer. Her vehicle cannot say police, period. Nothing on her says police. Her identification card does not say police. It says Town of Weare. The vehicles on her car say Town of Weare. It does not say police. Different. So I think that's all the questions I got. Yes, ma'am.
Other discussion on the amendment to Article 11? Well, that was nice of you, Mr. Bott.
Jack Dearborn, 148 Gould Road. I guess I understand the points of the amendment, but the intent of this purchase is to be a frontline cruiser which is marked for a serviceable life as a frontline cruiser. When it's not no longer a serviceable life, it drops down to administrative or to the AOC position. So I think this is being restrictive, maybe for a minor reason that they don't want unmarked cars in town. That's a different issue than whether you mark this car or not. I think defeating the amendment will leave the flexibility for the chief and the selectmen to decide when this car becomes unmarked through the rotation of vehicles. So I'm kind of confused by the whole thing, but I think I understand what the intent is. But I think people are assuming this is going to be a unmarked car at the discretion and not a marked car as part of the 5-year rotation on frontline vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Downing, I see somebody coming around, so.
I'll go to the back.
Okay.
No,
Oh, wait,
you're
we
it.
have a consultation?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Downing.
Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. Sorry, it takes me a little while to get up here. I was going to speak to the amendment here. I think there's overtones of the purchases for the police department in general, but if we're restricting or we approve this amendment, what we're effectively doing is telling the chief how to use his equipment and run his department. I mean, we heard about the loss of officers, and I'm just wondering if anybody in town has considered about losing another chief. This is not the police department we had 10 years ago or 13 years ago when I got here. And I sure as hell don't want to lose another chief. So let's let the guy do his job and what we pay him to do, and stop worrying about a sticker on the side of the car. We're restricting the sticker on the side of a car and how we can use it in the future. What else are we going to tell him he has to do to run his department and meet the mission? I actually think it's kind of ridiculous.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion on the amendment to Article 11? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move the question. So, all those in favor of the amendment to Article 11, which I will read again, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $55,806 for the purchase of one marked, fully serviceable patrol vehicle, a new Chevy Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle with $21,672 withdrawn from the unreserved fund balance, and the balance of $34,189 to be raised by taxation. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your card. Okay. All those opposed to the amendment, please raise your card. Okay, the noes have it. So we return to Article 11 as written. Any further discussion on Article 11 as written? Okay, seeing none, going to move the question. All those in favor to Article 11 as written, please raise your card. Okay, all those opposed to Article 11 as written, please raise your card. Okay, the yeses have it. I have a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 11. Second. I have a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? Okay. All those opposed? Okay, so Article 11 will move as written. Article 12, Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $50,007 for the purchase of one fully serviceable patrol new Chevy Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle with $15,818 withdrawn from the unreserved fund balance and the balance of $34,189 to be raised by taxation. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 4 cents.
Move the question.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, and who's speaking to this article? Okay, Vice Chair Meany.
This is the second half of the police cruisers, and I believe the chief is, in his enthusiasm has already covered most of it. This is going to be, primarily is another one to keep up our continuing reduction and try to get maintenance and get rid of the old and get some of the new. This particular vehicle, in answer to some of the questions that brought up, is going to be to replace the chief's, the blue bomber, as he calls it, and that's on its last legs. It's been in for major repairs, and to the point where it's lucky if it makes it from Henniker to here, I think, on a daily basis. And this one is going to be used by him predominantly for his transportation and to respond to scenes, especially where we have a chief that lives almost in town. We will be seeing him a lot more at certain incidents. And at this time, also, it can be used, like he stated, to be rolled over and put back into patrol if necessary. And I'll turn the rest of it over to the police chief.
Recognize Chief Moore.
So I think I covered it. I currently have an unmarked vehicle, so we're not changing anything. It's just a new platform where I can put the equipment in the vehicle, which I need to. That's the only difference.
Okay, I recognize the Chair, Finance Committee.
Thank you. In recognizing time, I'm not going to read the blurb over again. It's pretty self-sustaining. Basically, he needs a new car. We need to keep our fleet up. It's very simple.
Okay. Thank you.
We support the article.
Okay, so I have a statement of support from the Finance Committee. Okay, I'm opening Article 12 up for discussion. Okay, I have someone heading down. Which hat? Okay.
Frederick Hippler, 278 Quaker Street. Just want to ask the chief what vehicles are actually leaving the rotation. Is it the actual Taurus or is it the Crown Vic that's leaving the fleet? And I assume from discussion that the ACO vehicle, which was already sent down the road, is the missing piece to this puzzle, and the Explorer is going to get demoted to a ACO vehicle, and one of the Tahoes from 11 will slide into that spot, but the actual light blue Taurus will stay in the fleet, and the Crown Victoria will leave.
So a lot of moving parts in this. If no vehicles get approved, one vehicle gets approved, two vehicles get approved. No vehicles get approved, obviously we're keeping what we got. Vehicle 6, which is our Ford Explorer, will probably have to rotate down. I'll probably start driving that. Lieutenant will take his choice of the Crown Vic or the Taurus, and it's little blue instead of the blue bomber. The ACO vehicle was deemed unserviceable by a mechanic. It was sent over the summer to auction and auction out. So we're currently at a fleet of 7 out of 8 authorized strength. If one vehicle got approved, again, the new vehicle goes into patrol as 6. 6 rotates down to me, and the lieutenant takes the better of Little Blue or Vehicle 9, which is the Crown Vic. Little Blue has 168,000 miles. The engine runs great, but it's tired. I guess probably about $4,000 worth of repairs since I've been here. Most of them several $1,000s, maybe a little bit more than that. So it's not cost effective to keep it in fleet because it's just old, and it's even though it runs good, it's constantly needing maintenance. Vehicle 8 which is the Black Crown Vic is in worse shape, even though it's got 125,000 miles. So we're going to have to assess that when it comes time to actually make a determination of which vehicle rolls out. What are we going to be able to keep in fleet the longest? Because at the minimum, one of those vehicles is going to have to make it until October of next year, at the minimum. If both vehicles get approved, we're still maintaining one of Little Blue or Vehicle 8. An unmarked comes for primarily my use, but I've used all the vehicles in the fleet at times. They've all used my vehicle at times. We do what we need to get the mission done, whatever that mission might be. The new vehicle, which is fully outfitted with patrol equipment, goes right into Vehicle 6's replacement.
Other discussion on Article 12?
Sandy Pierre, South Stark Highway. I'm just curious as to where the Finance Committee got, there's a difference in wording between the Finance Committee's report and the warrant article, because the Finance Committee specified Article 11 was for a marked police cruiser and Article 12 was for an unmarked police cruiser. Did something change? Was it originally the plan to buy one marked and one unmarked? Or can anyone clarify that?
Okay, so I have a question posed for the Finance Committee. Looks like Finance Committee member Whitlock is going to take that. Ooh.
Finance Committee. Yeah, I think that Sandy's just referring to the titles on our blurbs. This was the initial use, projected use for these cruisers, but it's not mandated to remain that way. If given that we did not pass that amendment, the chief is free to assign the uses of these cruisers later. It's just that we wanted, as the Finance Committee, to make it clear why there was a difference in price between these two requests. So, it's over $5,000 difference. And to Frank's point, the uninformed voter wouldn't know, just going into the poll, why there's a difference, because everything else about the articles seems to be the same. So we just put on our blurbs that that's basically the difference. Is one's initially going to be marked, the other will initially be unmarked. But as the chief says, they'll be able to upgrade to finish fitting out if they need to, the cheaper one.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion on this article? Okay, Mr. Clow.
Tom Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. Two things. First, just a clarification that the Finance Committee is meeting next Wednesday after all of the deliberative sessions, and we'll be looking at updating wording and so forth. So whether or not that's changed, I can't tell you, but the opportunity is there for that change to be made. Speaking in favor of this article and the one before it, not only because of the need of the department for keeping their equipment up to date, but also just keeping the morale of the officers up to date, because these things all tie together. The contract, the equipment that's available. We've got to find ways to keep our officers, and by keeping our equipment up to date is just another piece of the puzzle. So I certainly support the article.
Thank you. Any other discussion on Article 12?
Lori Davis, 118 Buxton School Road. The town made a commitment several years ago to back the various departments, and that's highway, fire, and PD. They are the crux of our town. Without them, we can't drive on our roads. We have nobody to take care of us in an emergency. If we do not provide them with the necessary vehicles, they can't do their jobs, and we won't have people doing jobs, and we're all going to be in a big mess. Part of a community is to step up, and I've heard this a lot today, to trust the people you've hired. And one thing I can say with our police department, this town has had a unique history with police department people. But since this new chief has taken over, he has returned money back to the town that was not used instead of spending it. He was adamant about that. He is extremely transparent, and there isn't a time anybody can't pick up the phone and ask him a question. We have to give our people the tools to do their jobs, and they have to have us stop micromanaging them. That's not our job. Our job is to help pay for them and hire the best people we can, but we're not supposed to be telling them when to use their guns, their hoses, or anything else like that.
Thank you.
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. Is it a fair statement for the police chief to say that there will be the possibility of an unmarked cruiser on the road with a badged police officer in it? I want that commitment.
Absolutely. If I'm driving at home and I'm working and coming back from a board selectmen meeting and I see a drunk driver, yeah, I'm stopping them. I'm not going to have a badge. Yes, I will. I'm going to stop them all day. I'm going to put them in jail, and I'm going to be in an unmarked car. Yes, emphatically.
Okay. Let me refine that question. Is there a possibility of a on-duty officer that's, scheduled to be on duty to be in an unmarked car?
Not that I can think of, especially, so I do understand that the town wants marked cars. Might there be a situation where we might need to be in patrol on an unmarked car? Absolutely. If we have, obviously we have shortened sunlight during the winter period, and we've got a van stalking out bus stops taking pictures of the kids. We're going to try to sneak up on them. Agree? We might need that resource to do that. So can I commit to that? Are we going to do traffic stops like speeding enforcement for with an unmarked vehicle? No, I see no reason for that.
But it could happen.
No, I don't.
Because I thought, then I misunderstood you earlier. I thought you said that, there could be unmarked cars on the road doing patrol, my words.
So again, it's primarily mine, but let's say the worst case happens where 5 cars get vandalized, we got to roll that one out, and it's taking us a couple weeks to get the decals on, and they're using it. Are they going to stop cars if they have to use it on evening shift? Sure. Is it primarily going to be used for that purpose? No.
Okay.
I'm not going to have them put blinders on because they're in an unmarked vehicle.
Okay.
So.
Then I have a question about the article specifically. I was kind of intermingling the two articles. I neglected to bring my paper up. Can I ask the life expectancy? This is going to be your car specifically, brand new. What is the life expectancy of your vehicle?
Does everybody have this? Does everybody have this or no? So this was at the CIP. This is the fleet management proposal. Essentially, we have 8 vehicles. So we are getting 1 vehicle a year on a 6-vehicle rotation, which means we're going to be using vehicles we have for different purposes. So I might use it 5 or 6 years, but then it's going to roll down to the ACO car. So its actual life cycle is going to be 10, 11. It depends. Is it wrecked? It depends on what kind of condition the vehicles are in at the end of the life cycle. Obviously, I'm not going to be driving a lot of miles because I'm going to be just outside of the town line in Henniker. But that's where we plan for the best, but we assess based on our need. Are we going to be selling a vehicle with 30,000 miles on it after 4 years so I can get something new? No, if that's your question. So
then my other question, in the absence of the moderator.
I'm right here.
What is the life expectancy of a patrol vehicle? And let's refer to Article 11, because it'll be starting off.
Well, Article 11 is passed, so we're sticking to Article 12, Frank.
Okay, well, you intermingle the two previously.
But a point of order
so
on
you-
that
so-
one was that I told him he couldn't do that either.
Okay. So you're saying your brand-new vehicle that's specifically for you to use, and I appreciate you saying the short distance to and from work.
Sure.
Is 5 to 6 years. And then you're going to be looking for, and you seem to indicate, you're going to be looking for another new vehicle for your own personal use. I would think somebody traveling 5 to 6 miles to and from work specifically, you may go to Concord, you may send somebody to Maine, you may send somebody, here and there, but, after 5 or 6 years, that's going to still be a brand-new vehicle. And you feel that at that point in the rotation, that you will need another brand-new vehicle?
So the town has agreed that the police department pretty much gets one vehicle a year. We do life cycle management if we're getting one vehicle a year. And what that does, that mitigates liability. This is not the vehicle you park in your driveway. It has enhanced suspension, enhanced cooling, stuff like that, so we can get to emergency situations. So we're much harder on that vehicle than you are. The average life cycle of a police vehicle is about 125,000 miles. We put about 25,000 miles on vehicles we use per year, which means that 6 years, which when one vehicle is going to get replaced, it's actually going to be at about 150,000 miles. If something breaks on that and we're driving it, that's up to Primex to determine if we were negligent as a town keeping a vehicle that long. Where I come from, most departments roll vehicles out at 100,000 miles because of liability behind that. We don't drive them in quite those extreme circumstances, but they are going to be high mileage, and that's going to be looked at if we're in an accident. Make no mistake about it. It's all liability based. We have a rotation, which is what's on the CIP plan, of one vehicle goes out each year, every year. So one of the 6 primary vehicles is getting replaced, and then the 2 others are getting rotated down. Also, when I did look at the Tahoes, because we were proposing a new vehicle, we looked at the resale value of those Tahoes. Tahoes, after about 5 or 6 years, depending on the mileage, are getting at least $10,000, and they're costing us $34,000. If we're using a Tahoe for $24,000 over a 6-year period, that's a pretty good investment in my book. I'd buy one in a heartbeat.
Okay.
Well, he took a lot of liberties with my question. My question was, where he's using it minimally to be sure that it's only going to last 5 or 6 years. And I would hate to see that at 5 or 6 years, another brand-new vehicle for the police chief with, do whatever you want for miles, but going to be absolutely minimal. And to compare his use of his car, as he indicated up there just now, with the use of a patrol car was really not germane to my question. Thanks.
Thank you. Other discussion on Article 12?
Bruce Fillmore, Gould Road. I'd just like to move the article.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to vote on Article 13. All those in favor of Article 13 as written, please raise your card.
Article 12.
I'm sorry, 12. I'm trying to jump ahead in my head. So Article 12 as written, please raise your card. Okay. All those opposed to Article 12 as written? Okay, the yeses have it. I have a motion and a second to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article 12? Okay. All those opposed? Article 12 moves as written. It is 5 of 12. Anyone hot? Yes. It's gotten really hot in here. I think we are going to take I'm getting looks. I could vote on 20 or 30 minutes. 10? 10?
Split it in half.
How about we're going to split the difference on that one? We're going to be collaborative. We're going to say 15-minute break and hopefully open up the back door. So we will reconvene at 12:10. So I'm going to call this meeting back to order. I know, good luck to me, right? I have a piece of information. Some kind gentleman, where'd he go, brought me a Kindle that somebody had left behind on one of the seats. Is somebody missing their Kindle? Is it you? Is it you, sir? Okay, let me bring it to you.
You know what you're budgeting? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Can you walk
Alrighty then. Article 13. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $220,000 to be added to the previously established highway truck and equipment replacement capital reserve fund for the purpose of purchasing a new fully equipped 10-wheel plow truck for the highway department? This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. There's an estimated tax impact of 25 cents.
I move the article is read.
Okay, so do I have a Board of Selectmen member to speak to this article?
Yes, this is the ongoing replacement of all of our heavy-duty plow trucks. The one that it's replacing is getting very costly to maintain, so that's about it. It's pretty all self-explanatory.
Okay, Director Knapp, are you going to speak to this?
So as John said, this is an ongoing process in keeping our fleet up and dependable. I have 11 frontline large plow trucks, and eventually I want to get into the rotation of replacing them every 11 years. That'd be one a year. Last year we had budgeted $85,000 for equipment maintenance, and we spent about $115,000. I want to clarify that the maintenance is just breakdowns, mainly parts. We have an in-house mechanic, so his labor is in the budget. Tires is a separate line. Oil, cutting edges is a separate line. That's just breakdowns. So I don't want to know anything else. This particular truck is going to be another one of the small 10-wheelers that replaces a 6-wheeler. Increases our hauling capacity so that when they're out on the road salting and sanding, they don't have to make as many trips back to the shed. As you know, this town's very large, so travel time during bad weather can take sometimes an hour. You know, say you're going to go from Gould Road back to the shop and back down in a snowstorm. So.
Okay, thank you. I want to recognize the Finance Chair.
The Finance Committee recommends this Article 13-0. This article keeps with the long-term plan to replace one plow truck per year to maintain the town's plow truck fleet. This year, 2,000 Volvo 6-wheeler is to be replaced with a 10-wheeler. The increased capacity will make winter plowing operations more efficient, and this purchase is expected to reduce maintenance costs in the future.
Any discussion on Article 13?
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. I noticed in the article that the money is going to be placed in the Capital Reserve Fund as opposed to sometimes in the past, and I say sometimes in the past, it's just been strictly to appropriate the money. The Highway Equipment Capital Reserve Fund is now about $35,000. Last year's truck, and with the help of the finance administrator, gave me some information. Last year's highway truck, which was the same description, was $127,000 for the truck. I'll use round numbers, $77,000. It came in a little over $205,000. Right. fully equipped, which I appreciate the description in the article. And I don't know why one's different than the others. But. So my point is, the truck came in a little over $9,000 less last year than what was appropriated. So I guess that money, went back into the general fund. I'm not sure where it went. I was confused. But now this money is going. Now the cost of the truck is $220. Gone up to $220. It was $215 last year, and it's going into the capital reserve fund. So let me just use last year's figure. If it comes in at $10,000 less, the truck, then that $10,000 goes into the capital reserve, so now we're at $145,000. So my question is to the board, through the moderator. The moderator can ask the board for me. Do you have a cap on the dollar amount of that capital reserve fund? Or are you going to keep increasing the cost of the truck so that maybe next year's truck will, the money not spent goes into the capital reserve fund? So are we headed toward a $500,000 capital reserve fund? I'll use that as an extreme. Well, maybe it's not an extreme, I'm not sure. So do you have a cap on the capital reserve fund?
Frank, there's no cap. I've talked with the DPW director. He would like to build that fund up a little bit so that in the near future, he will be able to purchase something without tax impact.
Okay, something. It could be a $250,000 truck.
It could be.
Okay. And let me remind everybody, any time money is put into the capital reserve fund, it does not become available anymore to reduce your taxes. Now, I know the argument can be made, just as you said, well, it's not going to cost me anything, when the money comes out of the capital reserve. Well, it does. And you all know that, and everybody knows that. Well, I think everybody knows that it does, because it doesn't leave that money available to reduce my taxes, if the board chooses to do that.
Okay. Other discussion on Article 13?
Hi, Tom Flaherty, 35 Sunrise Lane, where I had the same question as Frank, so that was answered. Yeah, there's always a tax impact, so we should be careful about saying there's no tax impact. It's happening now instead of in the future. But I will say in support of this that I went to one or two of the CIP meetings, and I was really shocked at the amount of maintenance and repair costs that we have where this truck would eliminate. So while the 25 cents kind of hurts, it's a little sting, but it seems like we're spending bad money right now, and we could eliminate some of that with a new truck. So I will say speak in support of this.
Tom Downing, Winterberry Lane. And I think I just want to have a request from Benji. Number one, I have a question about what the ending costs were for the ongoing repairs, because I believe that the previous speaker talked about lowering those costs. I'd also like you to speak in regards to how that lowers costs, not necessarily now, but on the rest of the fleet as we move forward, because where there was $100 and something thousand, it doesn't mean that goes away. Just talk about the future, how we have to continually support that so that dollar amount drops every year as we replace these trucks. Am I making sense? So
Yeah,
what was the
so-
ending balance, the ending cost for the year, roughly?
So you're asking if that we're hoping that the maintenance will reduce as the trucks get newer?
Right, so we had there was on the sheets that you had given us all, there was a cost that kept going up towards the end of the year for equipment repair. And that cost was for these vehicles, one of which you're proposing to replace. And so we know that if we replace the vehicles, those costs go down. Although it's not immediate, it only affects that one vehicle, not the other X many that we have. So I'm curious what the year-end cost was, number one.
For that one vehicle?
No, for the whole entire line item.
$115,000.
So $115,000. So effectively, for 1 year, you paid repair costs equivalent to half of an entire truck.
Yes.
I'm not sure people realize that you spend that much money to maintain them, so I wanted to make sure that that was clear. And number two, if you could just explain that if they buy this truck, that doesn't necessarily make that money go away. That goes away as we continually to buy trucks. If you could just confirm that that's correct.
Yes.
Maybe comment.
Yes, well, hopefully as we get trucks that, where the oldest one is only 10 or 11 years old, instead of, I have one that's, 21 years old, this one that we're rotating out will be almost 17 by the time we order a new one. Hopefully, obviously, the breakdowns are fewer, so the maintenance costs would be less. Obviously, is the end hope in all of this. And it makes it more reliable. When you have 2-3 trucks go down and each plow route is 3 hours, that's on the the light side of things. Usually it's closer to 4 now. There's 2-3 routes that's not getting done. Everyone else has to make up, and it's a great inconvenience. And it really matters to those people whose roads have been 5-6 hours before we've been there because trucks are broke down. So.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this article? Okay, seeing none, it will appear on the ballot as written. Article 14. Oh. Well, I found out, I discovered, we had a conversation at the break where in my attempt to be overly ensuring that the people in this town had a vote, I found out that I was putting things to vote that didn't necessarily need to go to vote. So I'm going to adopt the new policy and the new process of not beating a horse to death, so to speak. So I have a motion to reconstruct and a second. All those in favor of moving to reconstruct, please raise your card. All those opposed? Okay, so now we'll move as written. Article 14. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $86,500 to be added to the previously established Highway Truck and Equipment Replacement Capital Reserve Fund for the purpose of purchasing a new fully equipped medium-duty six-wheel dump truck for the Highway Department? This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 10 cents.
Move the article as read.
Okay, discussion from Board of Selectmen?
Yeah, this is replaces one of our smaller six-wheelers that you've seen around town. It's being I may be wrong, but I think it spent almost as much time last year being repaired as it was out on the road working. So it definitely needs to be replaced. It's a small one. It does have a plow route. It maintains most of the parking lots right here in the center of town and some smaller roads to alleviate putting a bigger truck on it.
Recognizing Director Knapp.
Just really want to clarify this six-wheel dump truck thing. It's a one-ton. It's what we all call a one-ton. They keep increasing GVWs over time, and I just try to use the correct terminology out of transparency reasons. But it's what everyone calls the one-ton. When you see us coal patching in the summer, setting up signs, those types of things. And again, in the wintertime, it does have a plow route. It has some small roads, dead-end roads, and all of the parking lots. This particular truck, we are going to repurpose a Boss V plow that we purchased last year for the one that I'm replacing, and a slide-in stainless steel sander. So it'll be pretty much what you see in the picture there. It'll have a pin down. The sides on this dump body will pin down, so it allows you to coal patch off the side, not stand at the toe plate, at the tailgate when you're coal patching. It reduces the pinch point of when people come around the corner, which is where most of your public works employees are killed. So.
Recognize. Oh.
Benji, I need to ask you a question before I read the blurb. And that question is it a larger truck?
Is it a larger truck?
Mm-hmm. We had this discussion, so it had a lot to do with the wording. You remember you went the one ton this, da-da-da-da-da.
It's just what it's a medium duty, so the GVW on it's 19,500, and it has, the reason the terminology six-wheel is because it simply has six wheels, just as your one-tons have six wheels. But
Okay, so we may rework the wording on this.
I don't know what your blurb says. I didn't get a pink copy.
The Finance Committee recommends this 13-0. The article would replace a 2006 Chevy 4500. The updated body design of the new vehicle would increase the safety of department employees performing road work, and the larger truck would eliminate the overloading issues that plague the current vehicle. That's where we got the larger vehicle from, so...
It will be slightly larger than the one we're replacing.
Okay.
It'll be a 5,500 size. Yep.
Okay, so
Yep,
that's...
so that's accurate, yes.
All right.
Discussion on Article 14. Okay, seeing none, it will appear on the ballot as written. I have a motion to reconsideration. I have a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your ballot. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so it will move as written. Article 15. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $105,000 to be added to the previously established bridge reconstruction capital reserve for the purpose of erecting, repairing, and/or replacing bridges? This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 12 cents.
Move the article as read.
Okay. Who is speaking to this article?
I will. This article is placing money into a capital reserve fund. This is the fourth year we've done this. In order to get on the state bridge repair list, the town has to have their 20% in the bank before the state will even consider us. And this will allow that 20% to be in the bank, and hopefully, I'll refer to Benji on this, but within the next 2 or 3 years, these bridges will be taken care of.
Okay. Are you speaking to it, Director Knapp, or no? Okay.
So John pretty well said it all. We have three areas the state has considered red-listed bridges. One is the big metal truss bridge on River Road, and two are big culverts that are designated as bridges up here, placed with bridges, one on Lowell Road and one on Old Francistown Road. 4 years ago when we started this, we had an estimate of what our 20% would be for those three projects, and this will finish that installment. They won't all be done 1 year, so I can't tell you when the final date of them all will be done, but this puts the money in the bank, so we are, you know, in the rotation now. Because many communities get put on the bottom of the list because they can't count their 20%. They have to go to the town and ask for the money, which, as you all know, is a whole year process, and the state doesn't wait for you for that. So.
Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee unanimously approves this warrant article. 3 of the town's bridges are red-listed and in need of replacement. They are River Road Bridge, Lull and Francistown Road culverts. A state grant will cover 80% of the cost, but the town must have the other 20% set aside, or the state money will go to projects in other towns. The town's cost share for these projects was projected to be $420,000. This will be the 4th of 4 years funding for these projects.
Thank you. Any discussion on this article? Okay, seeing none, it will appear on the ballot as written. Do I have a second to restrict reconsideration on this article? Okay, all those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your card. All those opposed? The yeas have it, so it will move as written. Article 16. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 to be added to the previously established Road Reconstruction Capital Reserve Fund for road reconstruction and resurfacing of roads, with up to $208,497 anticipated to be received from the State of New Hampshire Highway Block Grant pursuant to RSA 235, and the estimated remaining balance of $291,503 to be raised by taxation. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 33 cents.
Move the article as read.
Okay. Who will speak to this?
Yes, I'll speak to it shortly. I mean, this is an ongoing article. We see it every single year to maintain the roads that we have. This is completely separate from the road bond that was passed last year. This is just an ongoing project. As most of you people that live in this town, some of the roads are not very good shape.
Okay. Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends this article. The committee supports this recurring article funding reconstruction of the town's roads. State funding helps reduce the cost to taxpayers. Increasing the funding amount of this article moves the town closer to keeping up with reconstructing the town's roads that are beyond repair.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on Article 16? Okay, seeing none, it will move to the ballot as written. I have a motion to reconstruct reconsideration. Okay, and the second, all those in favor of restricting reconsideration on this article? Okay, thank you. All those opposed? Okay, we'll move as written. Article 17. Shall the town establish a radio communications capital reserve fund under the previous under the provision of RSA 35-1 for the purpose of making improvements to the town's emergency services radio communication system, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in that fund. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. It has an estimated tax impact of 6 cents.
Move as written.
Second.
Okay, and who will speak to this article?
I will.
Thank you.
This article is intended to establish capital reserve fund for radio improvements for the highway, fire, and police departments. It is currently unknown how much money will be needed to get the system to satisfactory operation. There are multiple places in town where radios, vehicle or handheld, do not transmit or receive radio transmissions, and this will start what is predicted to be a major overhaul of the radio system. As the police chief played that audio recording of that terrible event, it was noted that a few of the first transmissions that were made by the officers did not even transmit. So that was a real push to try and overhaul this, and this is just a start. The selectmen and department chiefs worked with the state. Homeland Security came down and did a survey of the system, did a survey of the dead spots, as we call them, with our current equipment that we've put in. They inspected the equipment that we have. A recommendation was made to try and change a couple of radios at our dispatch center, but again, that still does not solve the problem that we have. As a user of the system personally, I very well support this article.
Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee recommends this article 11-4, 2 against. Due to the large geography of the town and the number of radio dead spots, the Departments of Public Works, Fire, and Police cannot have effective radio communications. This article would be the first step towards saving up for the large capital expenditures to rectify ongoing deficiencies in the emergency radio services in our community.
Thank you. Any discussion on this article? Okay. Seeing none, Article 17 will move to the ballot as written. Okay, I have many motions to restrict reconsideration. Do I have a second? I have many, and I have people holding their cards in the air to vote in the affirmative, and I'm going to take note of that. So anybody opposed to restricting reconsideration on this article? Okay, so it moves as written. Article 18. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,500 to be added to the previous established government building and maintenance capital reserve fund for the purpose of replacing the air conditioning units and adding additional funding for unforeseen repairs needed on any of the town buildings, with $30,500 withdrawn from the unreserved fund balance and the balance of $50,000 to be raised by taxation. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen, has an estimated tax impact of 6 cents.
Moved as read.
Second.
Okay.
This is just to do replacement of the air conditioning units in the town office and also any other repairs that may come forward during the course of the following year.
Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee voted to recommend this 7-4-6 against. This article ensures that the Government Building and Maintenance Fund will maintain an acceptable balance of $60,000 after the completion of these projects. The estimated tax impact of rejecting this article is a negative 3 cents.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on Article 18? Okay, seeing none, I move to add it to the ballot as written. Okay, I have a motion and a second to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? Okay, all opposed? Okay, so it will be moved to the ballot as written. Article 19, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $34,000 to be added to the previously established Government Building and Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund for the purpose of fixing the rot on the returns, paint the window sashes, sign, corner trim, and reglaze the windows at the town hall. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. It has a 4-cent tax impact.
Moved as read.
Second.
Okay.
And this is going to just do the repairs that the town hall absolutely needs. There's holes in the returns. I would imagine now at some point there's water damage, and then along with animals getting in the building and stuff, making a mess. So it's just to repair the exterior of the building along with the windows.
As chair or as? Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to extend a thank you to John Van Londersloot for the pictures. He used his drone to supply these pictures of the town hall. And they couldn't be any clearer as to what we're doing. There was discussion amongst the board after a Finance Committee meeting because the committee did not recommend this, and that will be coming with Ms. Davis. The committee did not recommend this because there is the Mildred Hall Fund designated for the town hall. Unfortunately, our discussion on that was the fact that this money will be used probably in its entirety plus some, and that the intent of the board was the plus sum will come from that fund, the Mildred Hall Fund. Because again, like Selectman Burdick said, there's no way to know when you take off all this rot what's behind it and what's in store for you. So this is just like I said, we tried our best to get a fairly accurate number based on these pictures and some quick visual inspection, but again, we don't know where it's going to end up.
Recognize the chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you. The Finance Committee does not recommend this Article 11 against it, 2-4. The committee believes maintaining the Old Town Hall is important in preserving the historical character of the town. This article would continue the ongoing repair efforts of this historic town building. However, the committee believes rather than put the entire burden on the taxpayers, that there is another source of funding available.
Discussion on Article 19? Okay, seeing none.
Tom Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. I'm speaking for myself. Picture's worth 1,000 words. And you can see the damage that's done to this building by neglect in getting it kept up. I can't tell you how many years ago, Rick, 2015? Okay, so, at least 5 years ago, we went over and did a survey of this building and recommended improvements to it. I almost think it was longer ago than that, but that's okay.
2008 when I brought it to you, Tom.
Pardon me?
It was 2008 when I brought that issue to you.
Yeah, well, you see, now we're going back 12 years.
If you could direct your comments to me, it'd be better.
Sorry about that. I'll do that. But it continues to rot. It continues to rain. The rain continues to get in and rot out new parts of this. It's something that has to be addressed. The building does get a lot of use, not as the town office building, but as a number of groups use it on a regular basis, and it does have historical significance that's slipping away from us. So I strongly support this article so that we can catch it before it goes any further, all this rot.
Thank you. Any other discussion on 19? Mr. Whitlock.
Matt Whitlock, Collins Landing Road. Speaking for myself, not as a member of the Finance Committee. Do we have the number on revenues that this building generates for the town? You said that various groups use it. I think that they have to rent it out for that. Basically, what's it worth to the town? Like, what's it generating for us in revenue versus what is it costing us to maintain it?
Beth, you have the cost?
No, receipts.
So we generate 46.
Yeah.
So we generated $4,600 for its use last year. Also let it be known that the selectmen just, I think at our last meeting, correct? At our last meeting, adjusted the rates to better reflect current needs, I'll say. As far as there was a lot of inconsistencies with the amounts, so we did change those, the rental amounts for, I'll say, the long-term users. We have a couple of yoga groups that use it. So we changed the rate there. The ones that, the heavy hitters were very supportive of the number that we came up with. We also raised the individual, we'll say, retirement party, baby shower, et cetera, the one-times, we also raised that as well to try and recoup some, we all drive by the town hall. We see people using it. Let's not all deny that we've seen doors left open in the middle of winter, so the lights left on after the weekend because we forgot to shut them off. Again, but it was $4,600 to answer your question. So, and like I said, we adjusted those rates to try and reflect a more consistent in and out, basically sustaining number.
So is that what you would expect in the future around that?
I think it's probably going to be a little bit more now that we've adjusted those rates.
Okay.
But that's a prediction. Obviously, we just changed it last week. We don't know.
Okay. Other discussion on this article?
Clarence Gardner, can I direct a question to the Finance Committee?
Sure, you can ask me and I'll ask them and we'll play our game.
The blurb said they believe there could be money from other sources, and the Select Board said there was another source. I'm wondering if the Finance Committee is saying they hope someone else would pay, or they're referring to the same thing?
I'm going to get you your answer. So would the Finance Committee want to clarify the funding source that you were referring to so we can clarify from the Board of Selectmen if that's...
We are very much aware of the Mildred Hall Fund, and we also felt that that fund should be exhausted before we go after the taxpayers.
Okay, thank you.
Just for reference, I asked the Finance Director what the balance is in that Mildred Hall Fund that we're all talking about. Specifically for the town hall is $15,000 approximately.
Okay.
Also, one other clarification that came out of the Finance Committee, we suggested fundraising as an option for raising the funds.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion on Article 19? Okay, seeing none, it will move to the ballot as written. Okay, I have a motion to restrict reconsideration. I have a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? All those opposed? Okay, so moved. Article 20. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 for cemetery improvements and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of said sum from Cemetery Trust Fund's Cypress account? This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with a tax impact of 0.
I move Article 20 as read.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. These funds are used to make improvements and repairs to the town cemeteries, such as repair to damaged stone walls, boundary markers, and fencing. This warrant article is required to allow a withdrawal from the Cypress account for the cemetery trustees to utilize.
Okay, Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends this 12-0. These funds are used to maintain the interior of the town cemeteries. This is funded through the withdrawal from the Cemetery Trust Fund and has no tax impact.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 20? Okay, seeing none, we'll move it to the ballot as written. I have a motion and a second to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your card. All those opposed? Okay. Article 21. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $6,500 for the purpose of purchasing fireworks for the 2020 Weare Patriotic Celebration? This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen and has an estimated tax impact of 1 cent.
Moved as read.
Second.
If this isn't approved, the carnival will not come to Weare, so you will not have a patriotic celebration as you've had in the past.
Okay, I recognize the chair of the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee did not recommend this article. The vote was 8 against, 5 for. Providing fireworks is not a critical function in support of town operations. The committee believes it would be more appropriate to fund this through private fundraising.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 21? Okay, seeing none, it will move to the ballot as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your cards. All those opposed, please raise your cards. Okay, so it moves to the ballot. Article 22. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to allow the Conservation Commission to secure contracted services with a licensed forester for forestry services including plan updates, harvest layout, harvest management, forest inventory, invasive species control, land maintenance-related supplies not to be limited to signs, gravel, and gates, and other related services, and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of that sum from the town forest account. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. It has an estimated tax impact of 0.
Move as written.
Okay, we'll speak to this.
Yeah, this article, like years prior, is a recurring article that allows the Conservation Commission to manage the town forest. The forester is responsible for inventorying town forest parcels or writing a report of their current status and rendering professional services for town forest management. All expenditures of this article must be approved by the Conservation Commission. And Andy, would you like to say anything else? Okay. I just recognize that the chairman of the Conservation Commission, Andy Fulton, is here, and he says he doesn't want to speak any further. So.
Okay, Finance Committee, please.
Thank you. The Finance Committee recommends this 13-0. The committee believes the professional management of the town's forests is a wise use of resources to the continuing benefit of the town. The article is funded out of the town forest account and has no tax impact.
Okay, discussion on Article 22. Okay, seeing none, it will move to the ballot as written. Okay, I have a move to restrict and a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article 22, please raise your card. All those opposed, please raise your card. Okay, so it moves to the ballot as written. Article 23. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 for the Conservation Commission expenditure toward the purchase of new town forest land and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of that sum from the town forest account? This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. It has an estimated tax impact of 0.
Moved as read.
Second.
Okay.
If this goes through, the $150,000 obviously will be taken out of the town forest account. If, in fact, we do not purchase any property, that money would go back in.
Okay. Finance Committee?
Does Andy want to speak to that?
The Finance Committee recommends this warrant article 12-1. The committee believes that having funds available to purchase land to add to the town forest helps us to foster the rural character of our community. This article is funded out of the town forest account and has no tax impact.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on Article 23? Okay. Seeing none, it will move to the ballot as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your green card. Okay, all those opposed? And so moved. Article 24. Shall the town adopt the proposed changes to the Fire Department Special Revenue Fund beginning in fiscal year 2020? Contributions to the fund from revenue generated by the Fire Department billable services will be capped at $125,000. An annual increase of 2% from the previous year's maximum contributions will be established starting in fiscal year 2021. Any revenue generated less service and billing fees above the cap the cap contribution to the fund shall be deposited to the general fund by petition, which requires a 2/3 vote. I don't have a motion to...
You don't need a motion. You don't necessarily need a motion. I think this is a petitioned article, and so the selectmen are asking the petitioner to speak to it.
That's me.
That's you? Hi. Can you please state your name and your address?
Yeah. Dennis Aubin, Russell Drive. So when I drafted this article, I took a look at what the fire department had, apologize. So what the fire department had listed as what they were going to be looking for equipment over, essentially over the next 10 years. And actually, they only went out about 7 years. So so what I did was I took that and I looked at how much essentially the fire department would need for equipment. And then I looked at how much the fund was generating. And the real reason behind it was that the fund itself was generating more money than what appears it needs, the fire department needs for equipment. And so I felt that what we could do is any excess funds could come back to the taxpayers through the general fund and help offset the actual costs for fire department personnel, which actually are the people that generate the money from that fund. So essentially that's where I came up with that. So that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does the Finance Committee have? Okay.
The Finance Committee does not recommend this article with a vote of 1 for, 10 against, and 1 abstention. The committee cannot recommend this article as written because the proposed cap does not align with the fire chief's updated plan for long-term capital purchases.
Thank you. Discussion on Article 24.
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. I'm a little bit torn. This sounds pretty good to me, in a sense, to support the article, the petitioned article, for 2 reasons. I've always felt, and I know I'm going to offend some people up in front of me, I've always felt that when you have a revenue source that offsets expenditures, that there's certainly the possibility of abuse to that revenue source. I'll give you an example. Back on September of 2018, the fire department, according to their minutes, they were going to have a public hearing to adjust the billing rates. And when I say adjust, to increase. Well, you know, legally they posted it and they had it, but really who knew about it? They meet over the fire station. There's certainly no chance for public access. And when I talk public access, I'm talking about cable, that type of public access. So I guess I could, in a sense, support this article. I mean, it sounds reasonable what this gentleman looked into. Didn't sound like a, shot in the dark type of thing. If the fire department, if this was to pass and the fire department felt that it wasn't quite enough money to support what they projected to purchase, then they're going to raise their rates. Simple as that.
and who knows what justification they may, not justification, but what research they may institute to justify that rate increase. On the flip side of that, the problem that I have with this, although I will probably vote yes for it, is that the cap contribution, let's see, less service and billing fees above the cap contribution, will be, the last sentence, will be deposited in the general fund. Well, I'd like to say that, I trust everybody that's asking for my tax money to, spend it wisely, but I can't do that, unfortunately. So if it gets into the general fund, there's certainly no guarantee that it's going to come back to reduce my taxes. All it may do is increase the general fund to who knows what. We might be able to buy a building with it. That's already, past history with the fire department, police department building. Or just keep it, spend it somewhere else. So it's kind of a catch-22 for me. I guess I would lead to support it for the reasons stated, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion on?
I'm going to recognize Chief Azina.
You are? I'm going to recognize Chief Azina.
Specifically to Frank's couple of questions, yes, in 2018 we did raise billing rates. However, any future billing rate, if this article were to pass, would do nothing more than to put more money into the general fund. It wouldn't put any more money into that account. Number one. And number two, you're correct. The money that goes in the general fund, we don't know what's going to happen to that money. It certainly could be used to reduce taxes. I think that the benefit that you see will be very small in comparison to the amount of money that we may have to come back and ask you to fund. And so if I have one more thing. So when we changed the purpose back in 2018 to add the ability to purchase not only vehicles from that fund, which had been historically the purpose since, I want to say, 1999, but also to allow for purchases of equipment. And what we had intended to do, and in practice we have since then, is to remove those large capital purchases from coming back to the taxpayers and saying, hey, we need an increase in your tax rate to fund those. And some of those purchases, most recently, were the thermal imaging cameras, the boat that we just purchased, that came out of that fund, but we could also use it for things that we had previously purchased with by raising your taxes, which was the Jaws of Life, the SCBA. Those are all things that we had to come back to the voters and say, we need $100,000 for this item. One of the way that the article is written, the escalation, right, is of the cost of equipment is exceeding the escalation of the fund. That's in the article. And that fund will run out of money, and we will be back here in the future asking for, that large increase. We just heard it from a gentleman. There was a 25-cent increase, I think, on one of the vehicles coming up. And, that there is a cost to that. And when that fund fails to perform as it has been performing, in my tenure, is we're going to be back and we're going to be asking to raise your taxes. So my position on this is just to kind of leave it the way it is, and if we find ourselves in the position in future years where we do see that we're exceeding expenses with our revenue, maybe that's the time to come back. But it isn't now. The fund was, we were down to almost no money not that long ago. Thank you.
Okay. Other discussion? Oh, hello, Mr. Clow.
No, I am totally against this article. I really can't say much beyond what the chief has already said. This is a fund that's worked, I think, very well for the town for many years, and that we should leave it alone as it is. Also, just to emphasize that this is a special revenue fund, so there can be no expenses or expenditures out of it without coming to the voters. So whether it's an ambulance or a piece of equipment or a fire engine, it's not like a capital reserve fund. You, the voters, we, the voters, are the ones who have to vote to expend from it. So, your money's safe in that fund until voters choose to spend it. So I just think it should be left alone, and it shouldn't be changed from what it is now.
Thank you. Other discussion on Article 24?
Bruce Fillmore, Gould Road. I think there's maybe an error in this now proposed petition article, because currently the billing services is paid out of the general fund. It's not paid from that fund. I think it's a line item on, I just had it. T, ambulance billing service fees.
It shows up on the budget because you have to gross appropriate your expenditures, but on the revenue side, the exact same amount is shown.
Okay.
So it comes from the ambulance billing, but on the revenue side.
Okay. But as Tom pointed out, every nickel that comes out of that fund needs to come here again anyway. So if we found that all of a sudden we're caught up with all our large expenditures, equipment and all that, and the fund was growing at such a clip, we could, as the town body, vote to transfer some of that fund money to the general fund anytime we want.
Thank you.
No, you can't do that.
Did you get that answer? Strong no from behind me.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. Once money's in the special revenue fund, it can only come out to be spent for the purposes for which the fund was established. You can discontinue the fund, in which case the entire amount would lapse into the general fund, but you can't use it for things that aren't designated as a purpose of the fund, including returning it to the general fund.
Okay.
So to go back just to talk a little bit.
Mr. Alvin, can you just?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Dennis Alvin, Russell Drive.
Thank you.
So essentially, just to go back to that, I don't believe if you do the math over the 10 years that I did projections for and what's in the fund now, it comes out to like almost $1.65 million. I do not believe that we are cash strapping the fire department equipment by allowing that $1.65 million. So I just don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion on 24? Ms. Davis, we had somebody. Oh, no, he's yielded the floor to you, Ms. Davis.
Lori Davis, 118 Buxton School Road. The management of this fund is under the fire department. They have done an amazing job with it. It is crucial for both individuals, companies, and towns to have accounts to be able to expend monies from, cleared through by the taxpayers. But in order to have that money when they need it, we have savings accounts in our own personal homes. It is unfortunate that there is a small group of people that is looking at this as a way to solve a small issue on their tax bills, when what is really at stake is, can we pay for the equipment in this town? And one thing I am very assured of is Mr. Vecina has done, our chief, 2 years ago, a full-blown layout on what the equipment would cost And when he came back to the Finance Committee, he explained that the way his cost did not match Dennis's is he had to go add new inflation costs in, and that is why he needs the money there that he needs. You have to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, and we have to stop micromanaging our people.
Thank you.
Ricky Hood, 20 Corliss Drive. Completely want to ditto what the chairman said here for the Finance Committee. When this was calculated, that did not match exactly what was in the CIP plan. So I want to make sure that that's clear. The second piece that I want to make sure that I'm opposed to this amendment is that I want to make sure that the town does understand that Chief Moore and the DPW director, Benji, that they're all fighting for the same vehicles. This is a savings account. We're not going to be battling for a fire truck versus a police vehicle versus a dump truck. This is what the fund was developed for, and I don't think that's right that all the towns would be fighting for the same thing. This is what the fund was made. We got to leave it alone.
Thank you. Mr. Kirk, I have Mr. Dearborn waiting. Thank you.
Jack Dearborn, 148 Gould Road. I urge the voters to defeat this article, and it may be appropriate in the future. We only got a few years under our belt doing this, and I think the chief's done an excellent job in identifying not only the revenues but also potential costs. And there's something out of left field could come in as a result of a change of regulations, requirements of fire protection, and that may require us to accelerate the purchase of some vehicles. So I would ask we leave it just the way it is. And is it appropriate for me to move the halt conversation on this?
Mr. Kirk was on his way up, so I wouldn't want to limit his ability to speak to it.
Can we do it after Mr. Kirk?
We'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. I have a question. It takes a 2/3 vote, apparently, to approve this article. What would the vote be required to terminate the fund? Would that be a majority or 2/3? A majority vote is indicated by town council. And what would it take to establish a replacement fund? 2/3 or a majority? A majority. Thank you.
I just point of order, you asked and answered your own question, so I don't need to defer to council, or is it, I just want to make sure. Okay. Okay, so it was, absolutely. So you're taking your hat off, right? Okay. Okay. So I just want to answer the question that Mr. Kirk answered so that everyone in here heard. So, Laura, if you want to just get up and...
It's a 2/3 vote to amend the purpose, which is essentially what you're doing with this article. It is a majority vote to terminate the fund. It is a majority vote to establish a new fund. Why it takes a 2/3 vote to change the purpose, I cannot tell you, except that that's what the statute says.
Thank you. Okay, now recognizing Mr. Hippler.
Okay. Frederick Hippler, 278 Quaker Street. I'll be very blunt. I've been on the fire department for 16 years, served on the Board of Selectmen, Board of Fire Wards. I think that fund, the way it's been changed, is very, again, in the past, the way it's been changed, has been very beneficial for the taxpayer. We're using ambulance billing revenue to buy equipment. The fire chief brought forth some rough numbers, and again, these numbers change with inflation and cost of materials and world economics. Ambulance, $250,000. Fire truck, close to $500,000, $450,000. The AED life packs are $30,000 a piece, and the list goes on. So I brought an amendment to the floor, and you do have it.
Would you like to read your own amendment?
Nope. You know what, I'll just alter it right here. All the language is the same. Change the amount to $250,000.
Okay, so I'm going to read it for the assembly so that they're clear. So the proposed amendment, shall the town adopt the proposed changes and the fire department special revenue fund beginning in fiscal year 2020, contributions to the fund from revenue generated by the fire department, billable services will be capped at $250,000. The rest of the Article 24 would stay the same, which is an annual increase of 2% from the previous year's maximum contributions will be established starting in fiscal year 2021. Any revenue generated less service and billing fees above the cap contribution to the fund shall be deposited to the general fund. So there's an amendment on the floor. I have not yet had a second. Okay, so I have a motion and a second to look at this amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? And I have a point of order on the amendment, which I just asked as it was happening because I wasn't sure of the answer to it. In order to pass the amendment, it's by majority vote, not by the 2/3 of the original amendment, just as a point of clarification. So, Ms. Haig.
Yes, Christine Haig, Abijah Bridge Road. I just have a question on the language where it says contributions to the fund from revenue generated by the fire department billable services will be capped at $125,000. By not saying annually in that same sentence, does that mean that the cap is kind of not limited to 1 year? It seems like the intent was to cap it at $125,000 a year, but it doesn't say that.
I'm going to defer to counsel on that.
You're right, it doesn't say that, and I think it could be interpreted either way. So perhaps you want to amend your amendment to include that language?
I can do that, as long as it's seconded by the same. By the
Am I handing this back?
No.
So, okay. So I'm going to reread.
As a petitioner, can I comment on that?
Sure.
Thank you. So it says beginning in fiscal year 2020, and then comma, it says then contributions to the fund from the revenue generated will be capped at $125,000, and that's beginning in fiscal year 2020. But then it also states after that that the annual increase starting in 2021, which is the following year, is a 2% increase above what the maximum contribution is from that previous year. So in 2022, it'll be 2% higher than what 2021's is. I think it's clear. So
The motion for the amendment was moved and seconded, so we're talking about the language in the amended article now, and the gentleman amended it in the amendment to reflect annually. So it now is, have been clarified at a greater level, and we're focusing on the amendment to Article 24. So I'm going to open it to discussion on the amendment to Article 24. Could you read it again? I sure can. I'm going to do my best. Shall the town adopt the proposed changes to the fire department special revenue fund beginning in fiscal year 2020, contributions to the fund from revenue generated by the fire department billable services will be capped at $250,000 annually. An annual increase of 2% from the previous year's maximum contributions will be established starting in fiscal year 2021. Any revenue generated less service and billable fees above the cap contribution to the fund shall be deposited to the general fund by petition. And the by petition and 2/3 vote is no longer part of that amendment. Any discussion on the amendment to 24? Okay, I see no discussion. We do have to put that one to a vote, yes? Yes. Okay. So all those in favor of the amendment to Article 24, please raise your card. Okay, one. Are you counting, Maureen?
We're counting. Everybody keep your cards up. There's physical count going on.
Thank you, Ricky. Okay. Do you have a number? Did you get the stage? 28? Okay. Okay, all those opposed to the amendment to 24? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, to 10, so it carries. Okay. All right, no further discussion on the article. It will appear. Oh, there can be further discussion on the article. Any further discussion on the amendment? As amended. Article as amended. Okay, none. So it will appear on the ballot as amended. Okay, I have a motion to restrict reconsideration and a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? That's more clear. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, moving on. Article 25. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $16,400 with the amount of $5,000 to be received from the Weare Athletic Club for the purpose of having a master planning design exercise done for the property on Quaker Street and Route 114, tax map number 405, parcel 9, Innocent Field, for the development of future recreational facilities. This is an article by petition. It's recommended by the Board of Selectmen with an estimated tax impact of 1 cent.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Sorry, got it too soon.
Okay.
Do you have?
Waiting for a second.
No, no.
Oh, you're here. But I said that my name goes, so why don't I do the amendment? Let me speak to it. Okay. Madam Moderator, I actually have an amendment.
Okay.
If I could-
Well, we didn't open it to discussion yet.
Okay, so
Typically, we would have the ability for, I think we're going out of order, we would have someone from either the Board of Selectmen or the petitioner speak to it. Then we would have the Finance Committee weigh in. And so if you'd like that to happen, Keith, are you standing down from it, or would you like to speak to it?
Sure.
Okay.
So I'm representing the Weare Athletic Club as their president currently.
And if you could state your name and your...
Sorry, Keith Lacasse, 109 Ridgeview Road.
Thank you.
And the Weare Athletic Club, for those of you who don't know, we're a local nonprofit that provides athletic opportunities for kids in town from pre-K through 8th grade, and in cases of baseball, it goes a little further than that. Our club has grown over the last, 20 years, but I've been involved in it maybe 15, 16 years. And we've grown in numbers of kids and teams. We also have grown in the numbers and variety of sports that we offer, recently adding lacrosse and field hockey, and we just have run out of room in town. So our growth is a good growth. It's a good problem to have, but the growing pains we're experiencing are running out of places to hold practices and games in town. I want to thank John Lawton for helping do some looking into the property and what the purpose has been in the past, the ideas for Innocent Field. And apparently in 1994, 95 era, the current Innocent Field that we have now has a soccer field and a softball field on it, and that was phase 1 of a 3-phase project. That phases 2 and 3 never materialized. That property also was looked for the construction of this building, but because of the issues with supporting a building of this size and its needs for a leach field, that didn't work out. So the property sits there. It's 42 acres. It's in a really great location in the center of town for athletic fields, but we're also not sure what that property could support. So that's why we're looking to get some engineering done and some design done so that we could intelligently come forward with a proposal for construction of fields or other, and it's specifically, it says in the article, recreational facilities, and that's deliberate. That's so that it's not limited to ball fields, but it could be a field that's just open space used for maybe the patriotic celebration, because it would probably be a little bit larger than the grass plot we have here by the gazebo. The property's big. It also has some terrain issues, so probably the entire property couldn't be used for fields. So we would look at studying the possibility of putting some walking paths in there. But having property sit there not being used when we have a need, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So Weare Athletic Club, we can't afford to do this all on our own because we're a nonprofit and we're trying to keep our registrations relatively low so as many kids as possible can play in our sports. But we are willing to kick in $5,000 to offset the cost of this. And the cost of this is a real cost. I met with a civil engineer, talked about the property, looked at tax maps, and came up with a scope of services that if this were to pass and we were to go through with the design and planning of this, we would have in our hands a real plan and a real price for what the construction might cost. And we don't want to just go forward haphazardly on these things. We want to know what it's going to cost. We want to know what the possibilities are. And the only way to do that really is to hire an expert, an engineer, to figure this out, because I can't do it, and I don't see engineers coming forward offering to do it for nothing. Design services cost money. I'm going to yield to Tom for the...
I first want to recognize the chair of the Finance Department to offer their recommendation, so thank you.
The Finance Committee voted not to recommend this article. 6 were for, 7 were against. The committee believes that an assessment of the needs of the town for additional athletic facilities should be completed before an engineering study is undertaken, and that the town should leverage the findings on the previous studies. Thank you.
Okay, and point of order, I need to recognize Selectman Snyder, who wanted to speak to this as well from the Board of Selectmen.
As you will notice, this was recommended by the Board of Selectmen, and the reason for that is we had got involved with that, even though it was a petition article, is because originally Parks and Rec had put monies in, or an article in, or actually went through CIP with the suggestion of a similar type article, but we felt this is a better written article, more for the purpose. So that's why you will see our recommendation. And so, I don't know, Keith, do you have anything more?
Just thank you for recommending it.
Okay.
Okay. Now we can open up Article 25 for further discussion. I'm going to recognize Tom Downing.
28 Winterbury Lane. I just have an amendment, and the amendment is solely adding some wording for better understanding to the public. So should I just bring that to you?
I'm going to bring it. Yep, you could approach. One second. I can. Okay, I'm going to read the amendment. Shall the town raise and appropriate $16,400 with the amount of $5,000 to be received from the Weare Athletic Club for the purpose of having a master planning design exercise done for the property on Quaker Street and Route 114, tax map number 405, parcel 9, Innocent Field, for the development of future recreational facilities, and the remaining balance of $11,400 to be raised by taxation. Adding the balance to be raised by taxation, nothing else. Okay. So I have a motion on the floor to amend. Second. Okay, I have a second. Let's open discussion on the amendment.
The amendment is just to clarify that the original $16,000 isn't all coming out of taxation, so we're in support of it too.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll take the amendment to vote. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment as read, please raise your card. Okay. All those opposed, please raise your card. Okay, so the amendment passes and will be added to the ballot. Further discussion on the article.
I just would like to comment on the Finance Committee's recommendation and comment, if that's okay? Okay. I address it to you. The reservation on the Finance Committee, as stated, was that they'd like to see a needs assessment done prior to developing plans, and I appreciate the Finance Committee's responsibility in asking for that. And I just want to let everybody know that as the Weare Athletic Club, we've begun that process, and our hopes are that we'll have something done before the Finance Committee meets again on Wednesday if this were to pass today.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion?
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. I'm looking for someone to have an answer to my question. As I remember back when Inison Field was proposed on the larger overall piece of property, and it was proposed there where it is today because it was the least inexpensive part of the property to develop. Somebody might be able to confirm that or not. Again, that's my recollection.
So the question is Inison Field still the least expensive
Or
parcel?
was it at the time the least, right, was it at the time the least inexpensive portion of the overall property to develop?
Can you tell me the year, Mr. Campana, so that we know for sure what time, you're asking for a specific answer on a specific time frame?
Well, somebody might know when Inison Field...
I just am hearing 1994.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so was anyone available in 1994 who was a part of the decision-making that could answer that question? Who is, Mr. Lawton. Thank you.
Yeah, I was on the Parks and Recs at the time, and he's correct. That piece of property, like Keith was saying, was designated for a three-phase development. The first phase being at the top of the piece of property, and that was the cheapest parcel or phase of that development. Every phase from that point on was going to be more costly, and I think the town basically went away from that parcel of land being developed for that reason. So yes, he is right. That is the cheapest. That was the cheapest parcel.
Thank you.
You can trust in me, that was not scripted. Well, thank you, Mr. Lawton. If this passes, I'm not speaking for it or against it, if this passes, the study to develop that property, whatever portion is going to be developed, could be quite costly. And what could probably happen is an article might appear at some point in time. Who knows what the dollar amount, just like the communications article, you don't know what it's going to be. We're putting money into, an open pit in a sense. So that's my fear. A study is probably well-deserved on the property, but the consequence of that study could be quite expensive.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Yes, if I could just add a little history to that whole discussion back in 1994, or that vicinity for that piece of property. There was a lot of discussion at that time that the people of Quaker Street were a little concerned with the amount of traffic that any of those facilities would encourage up in that area. So as a kind of a compromise, it was stated that the first phase could be done and the entrance could be off Quaker Street, but any subsequent phases after that would have to come off 114. And as we studied that, that was one of the big cost factors, is just putting in a road off 114 up into the next two phases of that property. So just to give you a little bit of background as what's going on, I think that was going to be at the time, and I can't remember exactly the number, but it was going to be $75,000 to $100,000 just to cut the road. So
Thank you. Other discussion on this article as amended?
I have a question about the article itself, amendment notwithstanding. Including the schools, how many athletic fields are there in town available to the residents?
I'm recognizing Keith, your role in WAC is you're the director?
The president.
Oh, the president, thank you.
So we have at Inison, I feel like I'm talking to you with my back to you, I'm sorry. At Inison Field, we have one soccer field and we have one softball field. At Purington Field, we have a baseball field with a relatively large outfield that we do line in the fall for soccer. And then at Bolton Field, we have a baseball field and a soccer field and a football field, which the use of the football field is always debated. But that is all.
Thank you.
You said beside the schools, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, including the schools.
Oh, including the schools, okay. Yeah. At Center Woods Elementary School, we have a little field in behind it, down the hill, that has 2 t-ball fields. And that at the Weare Middle School, we have behind us over here a baseball field that gets used for soccer, and then near the entrance on East Street, there is a softball field.
John Stark High School.
We don't get to use those.
They don't go there. Oh.
So the question is, what about John Stark? And I don't know if there's anyone here that can speak to Stark. Come on up.
So John Stark has nice fields. We don't get to use them, though. But they have a running track. They have a soccer field and football field that's in the middle of the running track. They have a softball field up on the hill behind the school. They have a baseball field right up behind the school directly. And in the outfield of the baseball field is another soccer field. And behind the backstop of the baseball field is a lacrosse and field hockey field.
Thank you.
My apologies for not identifying. John Yaskovich, Rolling Hill Drive.
Thank you. Other discussion? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I will say you've been very courteous to me today.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Buchanan.
Well, in response, in Keith's answering the last question, I would suggest very highly to start communications with John Stark, see about using their field. You know, we put a lot of money into that school. I think one of the proposals this year with some state money is to spend $90,000 to resurface a track. Not that the WAC would use a track, I guess. But, you know, it shouldn't be, John Stark should not be, in a sense, selfish, okay? And keep it just to themselves, because our tax money goes to support that school. I know you probably don't like the word, but lack of a better word to use.
My issue isn't with the word. I'm just trying to keep it germane to the amendment, and I'm trying to make sure that it's sort of...
Well, the Athletic Association is looking for space, right, to play?
Well, they're looking for money to do a space study.
For space to utilize, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
So
well,
it's your recommendation that they go speak to the people over at Stark about being more benevolent with their space?
I mean, I think Mr. Lacasse identified more fields at John Stark, one area, than throughout the rest of the town of Weare.
Good enough.
So, you know, let's put my tax money to work.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on this amended article? Mr. Lawton.
Yeah, I would just like to speak to what Frank was just saying, that John Stark does have a lot of fields, but by the same token, when sports are in season, John Stark is using those fields, and that happens to coincide with probably when the Weare Athletic Club is using baseball fields and softball fields. John Stark is also using them, and I would think that whereas you might be able to get a day or two here and there, I don't think you can count on that as being a resolve to this problem for space needs.
Thank you. So it will be moved to the ballot as amended. I have a motion to restrict reconsideration. I have a second to that motion. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article 25 as amended, please raise your card. All those opposed? And so we are moving on to Article 26, which is transacting any other business which may legally come before this meeting, and Mr. Kirk has some things he'd like to say.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I have a proposed amendment with respect to police salaries.
I've asked Town Council to explain this process for those of you who are unfamiliar, and also explain what the vote and the discussion means.
So for Article 26, you can talk about anything you want to talk about. Nothing goes on the ballot, nothing is binding. It's just for discussion.
Mr. Kirk?
I move the following. Shall the town urge the selectmen to reopen the police union contract in order to increase the salaries of police officers so that the salaries are not lower than those of comparable towns?
I mean, it's not going on the ballot.
Okay, sure. So, motion under Article 26, moved by Mr. Kirk. Do I have a second? Okay, I have several seconds. Okay, I'm opening Article 26 for discussion.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. We have had a couple of vacancies in the police department for some time. We just got another resignation a week or so ago. We've lost 2 officers to Antrim. Even with the increase that the selectmen and that the police department and the board have negotiated with the union, we're still going to be lower than surrounding towns. If you were the police chief of a surrounding town and you wanted to get an additional officer because you were hurting for officers, where would you turn? And the answer is Weare, because you have a price advantage. We don't have a full staff. You heard the chief say that we're having 12-hour shifts, mandatory overtime. We can't afford to lose more officers. We just can't, because all of us want the protection that the police provide us. Nashua, paying much higher salaries than we are, has, I think it's 16 vacancies or 18 vacancies. Surrounding towns have vacancies. The lowest town is going to have its police bones picked bare if we don't do something about it, and we are in that position. It's legal if the union agrees to reopen the union contract, even if the article on the union contract passes. We can still reopen it if the union is willing and the selectmen are willing. And this article urges them to do so. And it suggests that they should make sure that the salaries are comparable to those in surrounding towns so that we are not the lowest town. We can't afford to lose more officers. How is this going to be paid for? The answer is simple. The selectmen, as you know, have a bottom line budget. The budget that is proposed, whether it's the default budget or whether it's the proposed budget, either budget will have at least $125,000 of money in the police department budget that is not spent. And the reason is that the budget has put into it enough money for the vacant positions for the full year. Well, we're now almost, we're 2 months into the year now, and it's very unlikely that we could hire anybody before July 1st. Miracles can happen. The chief may get lucky, but the chances are very strong we won't have anybody on board before July 1st, if then, because remember last year we had 1 slot vacant the entire year. We couldn't get anybody to fill it. So there will be money left over in the police department budget which the selectmen could reallocate to the salary lines. There's money to pay for this. It just takes an agreement on the part of the selectmen and the union to reopen these. I suspect the union would be willing to reopen since, after all, it's higher salaries. I want police protection in this town. I think everybody else does. So I would ask folks to vote in favor of this motion. No cost, no additional expense. The money is there. Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Moderator.
Other discussion on Article 26?
Yes, Christine Haig, clarification. Does reopening negotiations nullify the contract that would be voted on in this warrant? The previous speaker has indicated that this could add to the wage scale, but I don't want to see us on last year's wage scale if we open new negotiations. So how does this work? Would it be another whole new contract negotiation, or would we keep in place what we voters need to ratify this year?
Okay, I'm going to defer to town council on that.
I would think that if this year's article passes, that would be in place, and if negotiations are reopened and that somehow results in additional cost items, that would have to be ratified last year. But reopening negotiations would not nullify what's already been negotiated and potentially approved by the town.
Other discussion on Article 26?
Luke Drake, 141 Duck Pond Road. Point of order. It seems to me that the moderator's rules at the beginning were that we couldn't create another amendment out of whole cloth. Wouldn't this be more appropriate as a resolution?
You can call it whatever you want. It's advisory to the Board of Selectmen.
But would not a resolution from the body appear on the ballot?
No, nothing's going to appeal on the ballot.
No resolutions ever?
Nothing that was not on this warrant is going on that ballot.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other discussion?
Thank you. Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane, Weare. How does that affect Article 5, which was already discussed today, and as it goes on the ballot? Is there any impact there, nullifying anything there?
No.
No.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Just a point of clarification, this will not go on the ballot. This is a non-binding vote. It's just a strong suggestion by a member of the Assembly, and put out for discussion, debate, and a non-binding vote by this group. So just to make that clear. Any other discussion on the article? Okay, I'm recognizing Chair.
I just have a question for the speaker. I am not in disagreement that our officers are underpaid at all. I am in total agreement of that. I'm in agreement that we have a bottom line budget. My question is that we say, unless it's because you say we have the $125,000 in our budget because we don't have those officers. Now we increase our wage. Now we attract all the flies to the fruit. And now we are that much more money short at the end of the year. We get a default budget, per se. We cannot pay those individuals. How does that work? If we don't have the money that we've put forward to them, I'm asking, I don't know. I know it's a bottom line budget, but now we're going to be robbing from the Department of Public Works and every other department to make up for that shortfall for one department.
Okay, so Mr. Kirk, there's a question posed as the writer of that one.
First, we should be so lucky to be in that position, having all of those officers.
You're telling me.
Exactly. Yes. So I think it's a very remote possibility. Remember, this year you came away with $322,000 of money that was not spent, that was returned to the unreserved fund balance. $200,000 from the police department, $78,000 from the fire department, and the rest scattered. I think you're going to have a significant amount of money to deal with this. I don't think that's going to be a possibility. But you're right, Ricky. In theory, if everything worked out and those stars aligned the way we want to, it could be a problem. But I'd wait for that, because if in fact that occurs, you can always hold an emergency town meeting and go to court and get that kind of order. I think it's very remote because the folks are not out there. But I appreciate the fact that you brought up a remote possibility.
I think it's remote, but I just want clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on Article 26?
Oh.
Ms. Chief Moore.
So I do appreciate that initiative, Mr. Kirk. Part of what I said earlier is to create a sense of urgency, because it is a sense of urgency. One more officer and we're down to 12-hour shifts. That's 12 hours coverage a day instead of 20 hours coverage. Good news is I do have irons in the fire. We budget for step 1 with a master's degree. The people I'm looking at are already certified, so good news is we don't have to pay for them to go to the academy, which is, always a bonus. I'm always going to look for that. I don't look to steal other people's officers, but if they're going to leave law enforcement, I'd rather bring them in. Last week I was looking at an 18-year professional from a neighboring jurisdiction. That individual got a job for $80,000 a year as a fire marshal, so they left law enforcement. Congratulations to them. I'm looking at an officer currently who's going to be a very good hire for us, who will be long-term. He is above the median here. So, but that's the status that we got. So that's what we're doing to keep coverage. It will be before July 1st because there'll be a quick turnaround on that one. And hopefully I've got another one right behind him. So we are working on maintaining, making sure that we are able to service you guys' needs. But I do greatly appreciate that effort. My guys do watch all these meetings, so I'm sure they're going to be enthusiastic about that too. Thank you.
Okay, other discussion on Article 26? Okay, we're going to move the question. Okay, all those in favor of the non-binding article that is before us, could you please raise your card? Okay, so. Okay, thank you. All those opposed? Okay, so the yeses have it on that non-binding vote. So as stated earlier, this will not appear on the ballot, but it's been noted. Do we have any other business before us?
Dennis Aubin, Russell Drive. I would urge the board on the article that I had petitioned, Article 24, that if it passes as amended, that the board look at making changes to that to include not just equipment for the fire department, but also equipment for the police department as emergency services altogether. So,
thank you, sir.
thank you.
Do we have any other business before this body?
Moderator.
Yes.
I guess as parting words, it's not really business, but as parting words, I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank the devotion and the time that the Finance Committee have put in, all of our department heads that stayed, and Town Council, our moderator, our keepers over there. And I also want to thank Selectman Snyder for her 3 years of service. She's not running again for her seat, and I would like to thank her for her service.
Okay. Okay, with that, I just have a few words as well. I really want to thank the Finance Committee. I've spent a lot of time with them this year, and I know how many hours they've spent reviewing these proposed warrants. I want to thank the Board of Selectmen, and I want to thank you all for coming today. I know it's hard to give up a Saturday, and so I appreciate your time. And with that, this meeting, I make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yes. 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 The answer is yes.